Are we all ready?
Yawn. Yes.
Yeah.
Cody, yawn within the next 5 minutes.
There you go.
Okay.
Now we're not going to stop.
How am I going to do this? Shuttle shifts are usually better and less blatant. But waking up someone up from 4 days of uninterrupted consciousness is going to be a pain.
Oh, you're just
A silvery liquid in the vague shape of a human being looks around a grayscale library. Books fill lines and lines of shelves, sweeping around a massive circular room. A spiral staircase in the center twists around a massive yew tree that ascends into a seemingly endless climb. The silver man leans back on the trunk of the yew tree, dangling his feet from the branch as he rests upon, and looks down into the slowly rising water below him. It's black like tar, yet flows like a river, permanently staining everything it touches in an empty, void-like darkness. The changeling bites into a strange, bumpy, and blue, pear-shaped fruit, chewing in contemplation. I guess an assassination would work here. Jeez, that'd be a pain. Morgan finishes off the fruit and leaps from the tree's branches, slowly climbing up the staircase higher and higher. Every floor he passes is another floor filled with featureless, human-sized dolls wearing clothes, imitating the actions a human would do. A doll speaks to a gathering of other dolls about some inspiring tale. The next floor is a couple of broken dolls strewn about in a stage as a wooden cutout painted like fires propped up in the background. The next floor has a doll holding a toy sword next to a stuffed wolf. Finally, Morgan reaches a floor where a number of identical dolls sleep in identical beds. A thought cloud hovers above all their heads, and a sheep hops from bubble to bubble. Spectral images of Z's float around the room, slowly fading as they reach the ceiling just as a new Z spawns above a doll's head. Gotcha. The Dreamweaver stretches his hand outward, and with his other hand pulls back on an imaginary bowstring. A shadowy approximation of a bow appears in his hands, nocked with a single arrow. One deep breath to steady his aim is all he needs before the arrow lodges itself in the sheep's head, and the entire tower begins to shake. Somewhere else, a lavender-haired alchemist waits up over the shoulder of a king, and calmly proclaims she understands everything about a staircase. The bow dissipates as Morgan returns his hands to his hips. Well, that was easier than I thought it'd be. You sure went a long way to avoid me getting in here. I wonder what else I can find tucked away. Wait. The silver blob frowns, furrowing the approximate space where his eyebrows would be. He looks around the room again, noticing the tower is still shaking. Why hasn't your bastion collapsed yet? Bastions always collapse when someone wakes up, and reform back when they go to bed. But yours is... Somewhere a sleep-deprived alchemist passes out again, and is tucked into bed by a king. The tower stops shaking as Morgan sighs and turns back to look at the sheep, only to find it has become hardened as steel, and is now about 4 floors above him and counting. As if this infiltration couldn't get any worse. Morgan feels the tower shaking again, not from a collapse of a bastion, but of something more. Something a bit more menacing. Something powerful. A massive tentacle suddenly bursts through a wall, and Morgan only barely has enough time to throw himself to the side before the tentacle could impale him on a razor-sharp spike. Something like that. Morgan immediately scrambles to his feet and begins leaping up through the branches of the yew tree. More and more tentacles race after him, impacting and splintering areas where he was only moments ago. He races higher and higher until he manages to land right next to the steel sheep, whom he immediately slides under and kicks behind him. Sure enough, the tentacle obliterates the sheep, chunky bits of the form of a bovide. Somewhere, an alchemist feels like someone just sucker punched her adrenaline gland, and is now walking straight towards her laboratory. The changeling, meanwhile, is being booed out of a now collapsing bastion as he laughs to himself about a job well done. And that is our prologue.
Incredible.
good job, Morgan.
Thanks, Morgan.
Infiltrate the mind.
The Mind Palace!
Mine.
I can't believe Morgan's a phantom thief.
He's gonna steal your hearts.
Oh no.
Morgan Le Phantom.
Phantom thieves.
And now we can get the normal Camelot music back again.
What do you mean Helsing isn't normal Camelot music?
Helsing's Morgan music. Don't worry about that.
What
And
about when it
Lusan.
played last time?
It's silence.
It's Camelot
Helsing
music.
is a good soundtrack.
You
Okay?
can't take it back. It's Camelot music now. Helsing is Camelot music.
Helsing is Camelot music.
Which means
But-
that
Da-da.
Yeah.
no,
No.
It wasn't as funny as you
Okay.
thought.
no,
Say it though. It might be funny.
no,
Could be funny.
Could be
Say
funny.
it.
no.
Say it. Say
Say
it.
it.
Say it.
Say it.
All right.
No.
Say it.
So, we're going to open on dawn of a new day. And we're going to focus on Artoria. As you jolt from your bed, you feel very sick.
He like grabs her forehead. So he looks around her room again.
As you look around, everything looks about the same before you turn to the right and see you are face to face with the sun. Good morning, my king.
Good morning, Lisan.
You look like you slept awfully.
She gives him like a slightly annoyed look. Yes, I have.
My king, it is almost daybreak. I needed to wake you up because I'm starving, and if I go to bed without getting any more blood, I won't be able to wake up again for a long time.
Yes, yes. She like kind of sleepily gets up and walks over to a drawer. Or do letter openers exist? Yeah, letter
Yes.
openers exist.
They do.
And she like grabs it and like a little slowly gets a cut in her hand and tells him to and gestures with her cut hand.
Alright. Take 1 lethal damage. Yeah, he laps it up. Or they lap it up. Thank you, my king. If you need me,
Yeah.
I'll be down below. And with that, he slinks out of the room and is gone, leaving you alone.
Just probably like a rando bandage and wraps it around her hand.
Alrighty.
Rubs her head again. Probably should've
You
expected
could
it to
out.
be that- I probably should have expected it to be that intense. I said she rubs her head. Need someone to do my hair. But she like gets dressed, goes out of her room.
Alright. It is very early morning, so much that the sun hasn't risen yet. So most of the castle is asleep, except for the occasional night guard walking around.
Arteria's just gonna take a walk around the castle. She doesn't really do that often, so she wants to do that.
Alright. Castle is, as always, massive. There are winding halls that go everywhere. It seems almost an impossible feat to try and memorize where each one goes. So many floors and layers, more bedrooms than you've seen in your entire village. gorgeous paintings and tapestries are strewn about all the halls, either depicting Camelot in its prime, and of course a rather well-furbished Castle Lindum, or depicting King Uther in all his glory. As a whole, it's well designed, you have to say, with a very regal aesthetic. The guards wear simple leather armor with bits of metal on it to reinforce the more vulnerable spots, and most carry spears and swords.
Like, wipes her eyes as she's walking. Suppose it's nice to see everything normal. That's enough walking for now. And she...
Roll me perception.
Okay. Your perception was a 5, if I remember correctly. One success.
One success?
Yep.
You hear the clashing of metal on metal in the downstairs training area.
Oh.
You want to go investigate it? You there? Hello?
Yes.
Alright.
There.
Alright, you're quiet, but I heard you. Yeah. You go down, and it's not too much of a surprise to see Blodwyn there. Although, you do notice that she has a number of bandages around her midsection, and isn't quite wearing all her armor, instead being in a simple tunic and
How many
and
days
pants.
has it been since first meeting Lusan?
It has been. This is the morning after you first met Lusan.
Alrighty. Just making sure.
Blodwyn is holding a real great sword, and has outfitted one of the training dummies in metal armor. And it appears she is swinging at it as hard as she can. The armor dents under her blows, and the blade dulls in equal measure.
Oh, he's supposed to be in bed.
She whirls around and points the blade at you. What are you doing here? You don't even know what time it is.
Yes, I do. I've just woken up a bit early. Why are you up? You're still injured.
Being injured is an excuse to stop my training.
You being injured isn't gonna help you with your training either.
She does another rush at the training dummy and does a few quick strikes to it before she takes a step back and rears up a massive blow and stabs through a weak spot in the armor, skewering it through. When you're on the battlefield, you don't have a choice of whether you're injured or not. And she pulls the blade upwards, severing the armor from the dummy.
We currently are on the battlefield.
And how long will that last, huh?
At the very least, 89 days.
And I'm not going to be spending those 89 days waiting around doing nothing. He does another twirl and slices up the training dummy, ruining it for further use. You know, she grabs her side where she's previously been wounded. It appears, and judging by the red currently forming, her wound is reopened.
Right. You can start training again whenever you're healed. So he goes to walk up to her.
She rolls around. Her teeth are gritted, and her eyes have this steely glow to them almost. Don't come near me. You, waiting around till you're healed. I guess you have the luxury to be lazy, don't you? Peasant girl.
We haven't talked all this time, so I suppose you wouldn't know anyways. Oh,
What is there to talk about?
Currently nothing. I just think you need to go back to bed. You're gonna take longer if you strain yourself.
I'll go to bed when the sun sets again.
Sir Bloodworm, could you please go to bed?
Please. Please, she says. This a royal order?
If you want it to be, it could.
Well, I'm not following orders from some king who can't even defend herself. She's done a few strikes at the now destroyed dummy, just almost like she's hacking at the wood.
If you're gonna be hacking at it, you should probably use a proper tool.
Just making sure it's dead. You never know what things might get up out there.
I suppose you aren't incorrect. And she walks closer and kind of like puts a hand on her shoulder.
She immediately swats it off. I never gave you permission to touch me. If you're so keen on me sleeping, why are you up so early?
I had a particularly bad dream last night. So, I woke up.
Bad dream.
Why are you up so early?
I always wake up this early. She goes over and she begins picking up a new training dummy to bring it to the center of the arena. Have since I was a kid.
You've trained a lot.
Unlike you. Yeah, I have.
I think training can wait for a little bit.
She gives you an incredulous look. Huh?
Give it take. And she like looks at her wound. 12 more days. Maybe another week since you've reopened it.
It'll heal eventually. They always do. And as she's getting back to the zone, she begins hacking at the same training dummy using practice swings and strikes.
Would you like to spar?
Didn't you just recover from your injuries? I wouldn't want to harm the little king, would I?
No, actually, for the most part, quite fine. Have a cut here and there, but it's endurable. Besides, you're the one that said I would need to train. So, I would like to train.
Just shut up for a while. She goes over and sheathes the metal sword and then tosses a wooden longsword at you.
Yeah,
she grabs grabs one as well.
She goes to catch it.
Yeah, you catch it. You're at this point. You're starting to get used to the way Bloodwind throws the swords.
Mm-hmm.
She rolls her shoulders as she enters back into the arena and assumes a fighting stance.
Her hands hurt holding the wooden sword a little bit, but she ignores it. She holds it in her stance as well.
Roll me intelligence plus weaponry.
Okay. So that. So that. Would longsword specialty apply or no?
It would, actually, yes.
Call it.
Call it recognized fighting style.
Two successes.
You notice that the way she holds her like bastard sword and the way she holds this wooden longsword are identical. Meaning it seems like she knows proper longsword stance and is improperly using that with a bigger sword.
You use your bastard sword like that.
What? What do you mean?
You use it the same way you hold a longsword.
She noticeably grimaces, her eyes widen a bit before she returns back to her normal calm composure. Just the way I was taught. It's how you're supposed to hold a sword. How a king holds a sword.
But a sword of that size.
Doesn't matter. If you can't hold it up properly, then that just means you're too weak to wield it. She takes a step forward and does a strike towards you. Artoria, what is your defense?
It is a 5 currently.
Alright. Bloodwind will strike out with her longsword.
I hope you don't have wound modifiers, sis. Because then you really have to go to bed.
Zero successes. You block the strike. There isn't too much force behind it. You do a little parry against it.
Yeah, she's kind of like doing that parry. Obviously, she's much slower. She makes an aim for where her open wound is, but stops before she hits it.
I'm going to have Bloodwind roll wits plus weaponry to notice that.
To notice it instead of just thinking that I was being a stupid, unskilled, dumb shit.
Yeah. Her eyes meet now. What the hell was that?
I'm just reminding you.
And why didn't you go through with it?
Because whenever we train again, I want you to be completely healed. I don't want you to be taking longer than needed.
A king should be used to injury. And not being able to take advantage of something like that. That's just stupid weakness.
Would you have rather I made you sit in your bed longer due to the fact that I targeted your injury?
At the very least would have proved you're not a coward.
Bloodman, I'll be honest with you. Oh, well, yeah, if I forget real quick, anytime Arteria refers to Blodwin, she puts a sir in front of it, in case I
Alright.
forget. I'll be honest with you. The things you say to me, I've gotten used to them. They don't quite have the luster as they used to.
What's that supposed to mean?
I don't know. Maybe I'm just getting used to it. Maybe you probably need to come up with better stuff to say.
She goes
Maybe-
for another swing. 2 successes, take 2 bashing.
I was gonna spend willpower on that.
Oh, you are? Alright, I'll re-roll.
Okay. +2 defense.
Yep, 0 successes. Yeah. She goes straight for a swing, and you bring your sword around and catch the tip of it with your own, and sort of slide the sword along and move it out of the way of it hitting you. Blodwin's strike goes wide.
The Arteria makes another showing of how she could target her injury.
Stop threatening to hit it and just hit it already!
So Blodwin, please, just wait for it to heal. I know you're much better than this. You're much better than me. In a fight. You're much stronger than me. If you were to heal your wounds, then you can kick my ass like you say you will. Okay?
I don't understand you. What the hell are you even thinking? You're just letting people trample you? Why?
Nah.
Because it makes them happy?
If it makes you feel better, I've been trying to stop doing that. I'm just trying to get stronger as a king. No, but I'm not strong enough. You are strong. Much stronger than me. So, I want you to help me. Become even as close as strong as you are. And I can't do that if you're injuring yourself further by breaking our training dummies.
You really are a massive annoyance. She's gonna do one final attack against you. Would you like to spend spend willpower up defense?
Not this time.
Alright. 1 success, 1 bashing. He goes for a strike and lands one right in your chest. The tip of the sword just bangs you in the sternum, and you sort of cave back a bit. But you notice there is a substantial lack of force behind it, perhaps due to her injury. Fine. I'll wait for the wound to close over. But the moment it does, I'll prove what you said.
Good. I wouldn't have it any other way.
She tosses the wooden sword on the floor and just moves to leave. And if you really care about doing your duties as a king, you better clean that up. And she leaves the training arena.
This will be the last time you trample over me. And she goes to clean it up.
Yeah. Alright. Next, we're going to open on Yvain.
Yeah.
You good there, Mike?
Just a little frog in my throat.
Okie dokie. Yeah. Yvain, it's
Yes.
morning. Is there anything special you do for morning?
She can get up and walk now, right?
Yeah, you're still injured, but you can get up and walk around now. You're no longer bedridden.
Yeah, she goes, the training area is like a courtyard outside, right?
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
It's sort of like a building outside that sort of goes down into a semi-underground area.
I get what you mean. Winter, so she's not gonna go out there. She's just, after waking up, gonna take stretches to, like, make sure she's, like, her limbs aren't, like, locking up from being in bedridden for so long.
Eventually, you receive a knock on the door as you're about midway through your stretches, and judging the knock is like a dun 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 dun, almost like
Yes.
someone making a musical note of some kind or making music.
Come in.
The door opens, and Morden isn't even bothering to disguise himself. He seems to be in his normal human form, with his black curly hair draped over one eye. Hello.
Oh, well, hello, Morgan.
Hi. I'm ready for my thank you.
She, like, stretches her arm a bit. 1 second. There we go. Now, thank you for what?
Well, first off, for helping you find that wonderful thing down below. Your little alchemist is awake because of me, after all.
Is that what happened?
Mm-hmm, sure is. Although, in the downside, she is going to be asleep for the next 3 days.
Yes, I had, expected as much. Of the sleeping part, that is. It is quite hard to see your involvement in everything.
Well, if I told you all my secrets, we wouldn't have any fun now, would we?
No, quite not.
He reaches into his robe and pulls out a strange... It almost looks like an apple, but it's like curved and green. Want one?
I will have to politely refuse.
He gives us a shrug with a friendly smile. More for me. And he takes a bite of it. It smells pretty gross.
Yeah, she's like, Morgan's offering something? Don't.
So, you seem awfully up and at 'em today.
Myself in shape, don't I?
Fair enough. At this point, he finally closes the door behind him and goes over and like hops onto your bed, slightly bouncing on it as he reclines into it. So, I've heard the big news. King's Remembrance Day, huh?
Yes, King Remembrance Day.
What it is actually coming to pass after all. Neat.
Yes, I assume you will be in attendance.
Oh, of course. Mr. Odin does need a messenger after all.
Everyone needs one.
Yeah. Oh, where would Odin be without me?
I believe me and you have something in common then.
Oh, we have plenty in common, Yvain.
She gives a little smile. Well, that might be true. But at the current moment, this would be the most obvious. And she sits down a bit next to him.
He, rolls over in the bed, so he's, upside down, his head facing you, looking up or down at you. It's down from his perspective, up from you, or up from his perspective, down from yours. It's, confusing. As he gives a smile. So, I wonder what your plan's gonna be for it. I mean, that's a pretty big moment,
The
huh?
expected.
All the dudes getting together.
Oh, nothing that you aren't expecting. And
Mhm.
looks at him sideways with a little with smug smile.
He gives an equal smile back. Well, I'd expect nothing less. I'm just there for the good food. He does another munch on his strange apple-like fruit.
Yes, nothing drastic, but not completely disregarding the opportunity.
Well, I just hope you get something better than goblins. I mean, seriously, this stuff's gross. He takes another bite.
But you do keep biting into it.
Yeah, well, kinda need to. But, uh-oh. I think someone's coming. It's been fun, but I think I gotta go. Mind if I just roll under here for a second? He rolls off the bed, and when you go to peek over, he's gone.
Yeah, as he starts rolling over, she just, I bid you adieu. And then, after a couple seconds, looks under. Oh yeah, he's gone.
Yeah, he's gone. He ain't there. At this moment, the door opens once more. Miss Yvain, are you well?
Ah.
Yeah,
Germanus,
Saint Germanus enters the room.
it seems you've caught me during a rest period in my morning stretches.
That's very good. I had come to talk to you about Artoria's progress in the etiquette lessons as well as history of the land.
Ah, yes. So far, we have mostly gotten into the history aspect, with only a light touch on the etiquette aspect. But today, or the next few days, considering the upcoming King's Remembrance Day, I will be sure to drill the information harder than normal.
Ah, very good. May I ask, were you able to judge what she thought when relaying our kingdom's history to her?
Well, it seemed like she understood, yes. There was a bit of a distance between her and the history. As if she still does not quite consider it her own lineage, or her father, Uther, as her recognized father.
I see.
It seems she still has quite a little ways to adjust, or come to terms with it, I should say.
He gives a small nod, looking about the rather barren room. Well then. I trust you well enough to continue to impart table manners to her, as well as ensuring the history of the land is firmly within the forefront of her knowledge.
She nods. When will the invitations be sent out?
On the first day on the day the first snow melts.
Ah, I have a personal request.
You may ask, Lady Van.
If I may accompany the courier to my home province of Croydon.
He paused for a moment. Ah, you wish to visit your father?
Yes. Being the representative, I must ensure that me and my father are on the same page, if you would.
A very smart idea, Miss Yvain. I shall be sure to stock the carriage appropriately to ensure it has enough provisions for you as well.
She nods. Thank you, Senor Manos. I will also be to provide bodyguard duty for the courier.
See. Thank you, Miss Yvain. Your help is greatly appreciated.
She nods.
If there is nothing else, I shall leave you to your day.
She shakes her head. No, Senor Manos, that would be all.
Very well. He gives you a curt nod before he closes the door behind him.
Small bow with a good day to you, Senor Manos, as he leaves.
All right. And we're now going to sort of skip throughout weeks. And I guess sort of in a pseudo-social link session, a la Lemon, we'll be covering the next 2 days for reasons, Artoria-related reasons. And then after that, we will be doing on a week-by-week basis, where you guys can say, I want to hang out with blank, or I choose to do this.
Even over the next 2 days, I'll still be fucking asleep.
You will, for the next 2 days, be asleep.
You had your social links, Lemon. Yeah. No more.
My short of breathing.
My bones.
Is that still going on?
Yeah.
That's a bit concerning.
It seems to happen.
It's been a while since that happened.
It seems to happen whenever I am laying down in bed, specifically in the bed, in the bed at my mom's house, in my bed at my mom's house.
You should really get that checked out.
Yeah, you probably should.
You definitely should.
Mike, gun to your head.
I'm pretty sure copper doesn't just come out of the lungs naturally.
No, I think that causes like pretty lasting damage.
Good, copper's pretty sharp.
Yeah, no, I mean like it corrodes like the flesh of the lungs.
Could also do that.
No, it's not going to do it. No point in continuing.
Correct.
No, we need to force him into it.
All right.
Tie him down and wheel him to a hospital.
Look, man, I just think I might be getting onset asthma. It's fine.
I don't know if that's what that is.
No.
It's more like copper in the lung.
No, the copper's out of the lungs now.
Okay. So, Mike.
Mm-hmm.
Or rather, I should say Arturia.
Mm-hmm.
Over the next 2 days, you come to realize something. One, nightmares are really bad, and two, Lusan needs more blood than you can provide.
Damn.
On the night of the second day, Lusan is once again, just as night falls, Lusan enters your chambers. Miss Arturia? My king, I'm very hungry.
How much blood do vampires need?
We consume quite a bit of Vita every night. Or I guess, day.
I haven't even healed my wounds from the previous knots.
But I'm so hungry.
Right. If you need blood to do your illusions, I suppose so. Alright, Taria. Instead of cutting yourself on the hand again, which would kind of render that hand a little, it would just not be good for that hand. She just does a small cut in her forearm.
Take another lethal damage, as the vampires need to consume at least 1 lethal's worth of blood for 1 Vita. You feel a bit dizzy, Artoria, by the time he's done. Or by the time they're done.
Yeah, I'm at 3 lethal now. I can't heal if I
This
keep
should
taking
last me.
damage.
This should last me another night. Or another day. Thank you, my king. They give a smile. Is there any other butler duties you need me for? I can cook, clean, help you dress. I know some of the royal outfits are very fancy and hard to put on.
No, it's fine. Although, nah, it's fine. Okay for the night, in that sense.
I see. Well, if you ever need a master chef, cleaner, or a dresser, I'm here for you.
I understand that, Luson.
And they slowly melt back into the shadows.
I certainly can't keep giving him blood like that. Haven't been able to heal my previous wounds. But if he is to be around, if he gets hungry, then I just have to endure it for a little bit.
Night falls once more, and with that, the nightmares return. Breaking point.
Man, can someone with like 10 empathy get the empath merit real quick?
What's the empath merit do again?
If you interact with them enough, and give them moral support, whenever they do a breaking point, they cannot roll lower than your dots in empathy.
How much do you have in empathy? How much do you need to have an empathy?
For empath, I believe 2.
Good to know.
I mean, it doesn't exactly help. Got 3 successes.
All right. Yeah.
52 experience.
Gain spooked.
12th condition.
Yeah. I guess keep piling on conditions to you.
Eventually, they'll resolve themselves. I really only have control over Shaken, so.
Can you give me a list of the conditions, by the way? Just all the conditions you have. I'd just like to send them a list to me in type form.
Okay.
Yeah. Is there anything Yvain or Tori would like to do during this day?
Training.
Yeah, I guess etiquette training.
All right. Artoria. Around midday, you arrive in Yvain's room, where Yvain, you have set up the etiquette training.
Mm-hmm. It's just had the guards wheel in like a table, and it has like napkins and like utensils and plate, as well as like a bit of food. Ah, Matoria.
Bit menacing it was.
Artoria, there's a display of plates, utensils, and food that is not the food you're used to.
This then.
Due to the King's Remembrance Day, the main attraction of it is a great feast. You see, during the King's Remembrance Day, you are to be the host of a feast, as is the tradition.
Okay.
Now, please, sit down while I explain some of the broader strokes, if you may.
She does so.
Thank you for that as well. Now then, as you are the host, I need to educate you in manners. And as you are the king among the dukes, you must be very, very, very adherent to the rules. Especially during the King's Remembrance, it has quite many. As you are expected to display strength and, to be sure, unfailing, absolute, and not wrong. And you, as the High King, do not make mistakes. And if anyone, including you, were to say or infer otherwise, is a scandal. However, due to the unorthodox method in which you were chosen to be the High King, pardon my bluntness, many people will not abide by such things. Passive-aggressive marks will most likely come about during the feast. It is during this time that it is very important that you keep a very level head and a strong will, both on the inside and the out. Now then, a few things to go over before the banquet. Before the banquet, it is advised that you get anything out of the way that you would like to, such as the using of the latrines, as under no circumstances are you able to leave your seat during the banquet. No one can, and to do so is a grave offense. I also advise as well that you subside food for at least a half a day beforehand, as it is a 12-course meal. The hors d'oeuvres,
Okay.
and then the personal hors d'oeuvres given to each important guest as a sign of respect. Each one. Amuse-bouche. Not eating one is a sign of high insult to the host. So make sure to take note if one or even any do not eat them. However, a bigger insult would be not giving someone an amuse-bouche, which would be an insult as to seem to say as if they were unimportant or unnecessary. Especially to a duke, this is a high dishonor. then the soup dish, then the appetizer dish, the salad dish, the fish dish, and then the first main course, the palate cleanser, the second main course, the cheese course, the dessert, and finally, the big and dice. Which, in your terms, would be a smaller dessert. Do you follow me so far?
I think so, yeah.
We will go over this in due time again and again. As, over the course of the days and weeks, I will be drilling this into you. Make sure that you remember it to a T. Or else, we could have quite a scandal on our hands. Also, at the beginning of the banquet, you are to personally welcome all of the important guests. That includes the dukes and any ambassadors that are sent in place of the dukes. I, myself, will be an ambassador. I would advise that you not treat me as one of your knights, but as Yvain, the heir and ambassador of Croydon. As it is the only proper way to refer.
He nods.
Now then, before the meal is served, the royal servants of Castle Lindon bring washing bowls, and you and the dukes and the ambassadors will wash their hands in these washing bowls. To not do so is, again, an insult. And in the case of less important guests, which will be sitting at other tables, will manually go to the washing bowl rather than having it brought. And when every meal is brought out, a servant will take a small bite of each one. This is to, of course, check for poisonings. This was implemented by Uther, your father, after the death of Brocius. As you know, he was poisoned to death. At the end of the meal, the servants will again bring out the washing bowl, in which the nobles will wash their hands again, including you. She looks to her for any sort of that Artoria is picking any of this up.
Artoria's listening.
She nods. Now then, there are quite a number of rules that you must keep in mind. Belching is quite prohibited and is seen as an insult, as well as the passing of gas. So I advise that you do not do so, or at least practice not doing so.
Okay.
During the soup course, you are to only use the spoon. If you were to grab the plate and lift it to your mouth, that is a grave insult. A sign of lower status, as it would. And
Okay.
do not fill your plate with food. I say that a good, reasonable plate of each meal would consist of small portions of each. If you fill your plate with such morsels, it is seen as greed. And make sure to keep in mind anybody who does such. As well as, do not take only the choice or the higher grade morsel. make sure to spread them evenly around to your guests. Otherwise, this could be seen as quite rude. The host, being you, may also offer food and drink to the nobles to show favor. While on the surface this may seem quite meaningless, but this has a deeper meaning, such as the willingness to convey alliances, or to negotiate, or to even open up trade. This can also be a sign of favoritism, so I strongly suggest that you do not show too much outward favoritism, and that you do not show any outward unwillingness to others. If a guest were to be offered food by the host yourself, they are to not refuse it, as this is a grave insult to you. And never, ever wipe your mouth with anything but your napkin. Do you see it there? And she gestures to the napkin.
Yes.
Good. Doing otherwise would be seen as barbaric, like the Saxons in the south, as they are quite filthy, aren't they? At the least, that is what they will see you as. In your elbows, and she points to Arturia, off the table at all times.
Okay.
And please, do not stuff your mouth with food. You must take small bites, and if you wish to apply any sort of sauces or broth, please dip them in an appropriate amount, and do not smother them. As well as take extra care to not spill the food, as if you spill food, it is seen as a humiliation, such as to yourself or to others. So please be diligent at all times, as to not be careless or to knock over, say, a goblet.
Okay.
Speaking of goblets, if you would look over, you see a nice goblet. Yours will obviously be fancier during the banquet, but this is what I have procured as a stand-in. Goblets are to be held with both hands. They are quite heavy, especially if filled. You should be very careful not to spill anything on yourself. And you must not touch them while you're eating. You must finish chewing and then wipe your mouth with a napkin. And then you may drink from your goblet. And goblets are refilled by the servants. Do not attempt to refill it yourself. Alert a servant, and they shall do it for you. But make sure not to do it too often, as it is rude to consume much wine. And you could get drunk, and that would be very embarrassing. So I advise you to take small sips occasionally. Now then, she stands up from her chair. I would not be doing this in the normal banquet. This would be a servant, and no one at the table would be standing up. And grabs a bottle of wine and uncorks it as she pours in the wine into the goblet. Now then, if you would please, do what I have taught you. Both hands, making careful sure not to spill a drop, and take a drink.
She uses both her hands and grabs it and takes a sip. And her face is like very obviously like upset at the taste. Like she's trying her best not to do that.
Ah, seems that you have not acquired a taste for wine. We shall have to train that as well. As we are training, you will be taking sips of wine occasionally, in order to build up a tolerance. We do not make such a face in front of the guest.
Okay.
And then you would sit the goblet back down,
She
And
does
then-
that.
and then wipe your mouth with the napkin.
Wipes her mouth with a napkin.
Good. As such, servants will not.
Victoria, where do you place the napkin after you use it?
Back where I found it.
Yvain, you know she doesn't fold the napkin quite right.
You see,
The smallest imperfection.
you need to fold the napkin almost perfectly. That crease there. If you would please smooth it out.
She like looks to Yvain, then back of the napkin, and then does it.
Very good. Make sure to keep your napkin as such during all times, especially after you use it. A napkin may become dirty, but it is imperative that you keep your napkin nice and folded. And if you eat properly, you will not need to use the napkin, well, or the napkin will not become dirty. It will just accumulate small bits of food, such as wine on your upper lip. But you must fold it, like so. We will also practice that.
Yvain, it seems you are running low on time for today's etiquette lesson.
Seems the sun is going low, but a few miscellaneous things. You must not pick your teeth, and do not gnaw upon bones, and, of course, do not talk or throw food. Don't talk with food in your mouth, or do not throw the food. And, please, do not choke.
Okay.
If you eat quite slowly and deliberately, then you should have no problem. But I believe, and she starts like corking up the wine bottle and sort of like setting everything aside so they could resume another day. That seems to be our time.
Alright. Thank you very much.
Of course. And you might, since your manners will inform you of this, but a kingly speech is usually prepared.
A kingly speech of what kind?
Oh, as she says it, she's like going through with the utensils and the plates. Oh, just some sort of inspiring message. Oh, I nearly forgot to talk about the food. Oh, that will come later. You will have to adjust your palate to the new sort of dishes that you will be eating. So much to do, so little time.
With that, the dishes all the utensils are cleaned up, and Yvain, you pack all your stuff up, and the etiquette lesson ends. Anything else you need to do for the day? For reference, Bloodwood is still resting.
Awesome. Again, I don't have enough XP to get the inspiring merit.
You got a couple more days in your pocket.
Oh, I need 5 beats.
Who knows? Maybe we'll get there.
Who knows?
But
No, you just said inspiring speech, so I just like.
But night falls once again, and as if on cue, Lusan seems to almost materialize within your room. Hello, my king.
Hello, Lisan.
How was your day?
A bit long, but it'll have to do. I need to get better, so.
See. Eunice's eyes are often drifting to your bandages. May I have some more food? I'm ever so hungry. You're all quiet, Mike?
She takes the bandage off and strains her forearm wound to open it.
Take one lethal. The sun is fed another day.
A beat for that.
And now, it's time for night. And you know what that means? Breaking point.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. 2 successes.
Alright. Game spooked again, for now. Arturia, it is just as disgusting as always. Within a pit of corpses. Everything hurts. You feel sick to your stomach. You can almost feel the wine you drank earlier almost sloshing around inside you as it's trying to crawl back out. You attempt to wade through all the blood and corpses, but they all just grab onto you, pulling you further and further into it. Eventually, you're fully subsumed, covered, head to toe. You feel the blood almost pouring into you through your open mouth and nose, unable to hold it closed as all the hands and arms hold it open. You can feel your lungs filling. And you stay like that for hours and hours and hours. Before finally, your eyes shoot open again, and you are hyperventilating in your bed. It feels just as horrible as it did on the first night.
Like,
You're cutting out a lot.
what time does it look like?
You can see the sun has not quite risen yet. The moon's setting, though. And you're fairly sure if you were to close your eyes again, you'd be met with the same images.
She, like, sits up. Holds her head. There's like a headache growing.
Suddenly you hear footsteps in the corner of your room as 2 eyes peer out from the darkness. Good morning, my king.
Good morning, my son.
I've finished the first run of my nightmares. Would you like me to start another?
No. Not this time. I need some time to rest. actually.
Okay, if you say so. Well then, the sun will be rising soon, so I'd best be going.
You do that, so.
He sinks away back into the shadows, as you are left with naught but headache and sickness.
We got some water here.
Yeah, you can go get like some water from the water storage.
Terry just wants some water real quick.
Yeah,
She's
you go
gonna
down. As you are drinking from the water, eventually you hear confused, "My liege, my king, you are up rather early." As Saint Germanus slowly, almost glides into the room as his feet are covered with a robe.
Hello, Saint Germanus.
When you look at him, you can almost still see his body shifting, contorting. He still looks like a corpse.
I'm just had a bit of a bad dream. My head hurts, so I'm getting something to cool me off.
I see. He glides around out of your peripheral vision. He could be anywhere in the room. The stress of royalty is quite heavy.
Yes, it is. Like she takes another sip of water. And like would she have like a cup of water?
Yeah.
And she goes ahead and like finishes her cup.
Have you come down with the sickness, my king?
No, I'm just a bit tired. Earth straw. She goes to go put her used cup away.
You go back to the cup storage, you open up the drawer, and a head falls out of it and drops at your feet. My king. You feel a cold hand creep around your neck.
Yes.
Another overly long hand extends from outside your peripheral vision. It's extending far, far longer than the normal hand has a right to. As long, bony fingers grasp the severed head and pull it back up to place it on the counter. You seem distracted, my king.
Yes, I am. Just a little bit there.
There's a cold breath on your ear. It feels like an icy chill from midwinter. Perhaps you should get some sleep.
Yes. I think I'll do that. You should get some rest as well.
Suddenly the hand slowly tightens around your neck, Artoria. I will never rest until you are dead. Octa's hand closes tighter around your mouth, tighter around your throat. You honestly thought you could run. You will never escape. Your eyes shoot open. You're in your bed.
She's just sitting there, laying there. Like, what time is it?
You can see the sun is slightly up. It is just become dawn.
I'm gonna be starting to wake up like that. She sits up again, nursing yet another headache.
Would you like to get some water, Artoria?
No, not right now. In fact, she'd much rather not get water right now.
An
She just
understandable thought.
She just like sits in her bed for a bit, trying her best to compose herself.
You take a few deep breaths, slowly breathing in and out, just waiting. It's very, very cold in the room. It feels like the chill is still creeping down your spine.
She makes sure to like look behind her, just in case.
And just as you look behind you, you hear another knock behind you from the exact direction you just turned away from. Artoria? Hello? Artoria?
Yes.
The door opens as Dia peeks her head in. Are you alright? You've been here for a long while now. Artoria, you blink a few times before you look out the window and see the sun is now high in the sky.
Oh. Oh. It's nothing. Just slept in a bit is all.
Alright. Guy looks noticeably worried, but simply averts her eyes. Just wanted to come check in on you. It's not like you to sleep so late.
Well, I haven't been getting very much sleep lately, so I suppose I just instinctually did it.
Yeah. Fair enough. Speaking of, sleep, Merlin woke up today.
Yeah, well, that's good.
Yeah, she seems well rested.
It's much better than when she was previously. Like stretches, like rubs her head again, and like goes to get up.
As you get up, a wave of vertigo hits your body and you, like, stumble back down. You alright? You do not look alright. Here, come on, we'll go get you some breakfast.
Yeah, I think I need something to eat.
Guy takes one of your arms and slings it over her shoulder as she helps you up from the bed.
Gaia probably takes notice of the bandages on her arm.
Yeah. Artoria, have you been feeding that thing?
Yes, I have.
Artoria.
It's fun.
Alright, well, at least we can do is to get some food in your belly. And
Yes,
she brings you out of your room and down to the breakfast hall. Merlin and Yvain, you have been having your breakfast when Gaia and Artoria come in. Artoria looking noticeably weaker, as Gaia helps her sit down at a table.
I'm alive!
Ah. Well, hello there. Gaia?
Hello,
Latoya?
hello, Yvain.
Are you well?
I've been better. Not getting much sleep.
Gaia takes a few more glances at the bandages on Artoria's body before she leaves to go get a breakfast plate for both her and Artoria.
Oh, shit.
Well then.
Quickly.
No.
Right. My laptop was blinking red.
Ah. Welcome back.
You saved
Oh
it.
no, I was just low on battery.
Yeah.
You saved it.
Anyway, Yvain, you were saying something? Go on.
Well then, Melon,
Yes? Yes?
are you rested now? You did sleep for quite many days.
It wasn't that long, was it?
At this point, Gaia returns and puts down 2 trays. It was 3 days.
Yes, that's not that long.
Gaia narrows her eyes, a little bit of confused look before she sits down and begins eating.
Arturia also begins eating. And like stops herself from eating normally and just does what Yvain had told her.
It's very, very awkward. It's not very fulfilling, doesn't taste good. It just doesn't taste good when you do it like that. It's weird. It's an entirely new style.
Ah, yes, very good.
Gaia herself
Arturia,
shoves her mouth full of food.
Arturia doesn't she doesn't hear what you said, Yvain. She's just eating. Noticeably very concentrated.
I'll tell you.
Gaia nudges you in the side. Sis, you good there?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm just practicing.
Toya.
Yes.
Well, I admire the concentration, which I was commending you on. But please be sure to not concentrate too hard, as many will try and talk to you during the meal.
Ah.
Is it-
Right.
And it is very important not to ignore such people.
What are
You
you
need to have a
What are you teaching her?
etiquette, as well as the, finishing your meal, wiping your mouth, and then refilling the napkin before answering their questions. During the King's Remembrance Day coming up, I have been instructed to teach Otoya of etiquette.
Well, good on you.
As the topics come up, Merlin, how do you eat your food?
Like a normal person.
So you just take big bites, you...
Would Merlin have some grace?
Up to you.
she is an alchemist, and therefore kind of tired all the. She eats tired.
She just stabs you with her fork and.
Speaking of which,
She knows etiquette. She just doesn't. She just chooses not to use it.
Guy and Merlin,
Mhm.
Yes.
you will also be present for the banquet, although you not be sitting with Artoria or I. You will have your own tables that you will sit at, as well as servants and.
Yes. Don't want the
Such as that.
heretics.
Yes, but I do ask, and has been recommended, that you please keep manners in mind and do not be rowdy. Looks over to Merlin and like lingers for a second.
I have never once been rowdy.
Just looks at her for a second.
Never.
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 Guy pauses, like mouth half full of food. Does that mean I'm gonna need to learn that manners stuff too?
Maybe just a brief preliminary sort of lesson. You will not be under the same scrutiny as Altoy is, but stuffing your face would be a bit so close to the king. I am sad and unfortunate to say.
Right. She gets something to bite. It's a little bit smaller, not by much.
That's a good start.
And now is where the social links of the word truly begin. And yeah, each week everyone can do an interaction. For example, Artoria can interact with Bloodwind, Merlin can interact with her son, and Yvain can interact with Gwen. And this will be the first of 11 weeks.
Oh man, 11 whole weeks. It took us 6 hours to do like 1 week. Oh,
Oh no, we won't be doing every day. This will just be like one event per week.
damn.
Yvain wants to talk to Germanus, but I've talked enough. You guys go first.
I mean, Bloodwind's not ready yet.
I'll
She'll be healed
talk.
by the end of the week.
Yeah. She'll hang out with Gwen. Not
All right.
Gwen, Gaia.
Merlin, who is your choice?
Well, I need to do the telling of the supernatural so that Arturia will let me borrow Lusan, so I gotta do that first. I can't start doing my research before Arturia lets me borrow him.
All right. So, we'll open Artoria during one day of the week. Towards the end of it, Merlin, it's time. How would you like to approach her about this?
I burst in while the etiquette lesson is going on.
Yeah, Yvain, you are midway through an etiquette lesson. When the door opens.
Morning.
Hello, Merlin.
I'm here to give a lesson. Sit down, Yvain. You're included in this.
She's like hovering over Arturia, watching what she's doing. She goes over and sits down.
Alright. There's no fucking... have chalkboards been invented yet? I don't think so.
Not quite.
No.
Damn.
No.
She's just gonna have...
There are writing surfaces you can use, but not chalkboards.
Cool, she'll make diagrams.
Okay.
Oh boy. Got a whole paragraph of shit. Where is it? There's so... Oh, Adam, no. All the Danganronpa's fucking me up. No. Adam, what have we done?
Did you not pin it? Or did you not copy it?
Vampires.
Yeah. There we go.
There it is. Then. Alright. Let us begin with the elephant in the room. Do people know what elephants are?
No. None of you have been to Africa.
Yeah.
Damn.
The most it would be is the
You-
Roman influence. And the Romans sort of knew about elephants, but
Yeah, Merlin,
barely
you
know
probably
anything
know
about
about
the
elephants
Romans.
just from tales
The
from
Romans-
Rome, but
The Romans were on the opposing side of an elephant once.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah, they were on the opposing side of an elephant, and we were on the opposing side of the Romans once. So I don't know if we even know.
So, like, you have, like, 3 degrees of separation from elephants, so...
yeah,
It's a fucking
We probably
massive
wouldn't know.
beast.
yeah, we probably
A
wouldn't
tusked
know.
beast, some sort of
Oh.
supernatural monster.
Only the
Merlin,
very smart would.
you've studied Rome shit. You probably know what elephants are, or at least you know what the Romans thought of elephants were.
I know that Romans thought they were fucking monsters.
You know that much. You're half convinced they're cryptid.
Elephants in the room is not a saying.
No.
The bird in the rafters or some shit.
Rafters.
Let us address the most notable concern: vampires.
Yes, it seems that recently we have discovered that they actually exist.
Yes. Now we no longer have a vampire problem, but still, it's important. If it is of importance. Now, what do you know of vampires?
What
Oh.
you and Guinevere have told me.
Just the stories of burning in the sunlight, needing to drink blood, repelled by holy symbols such as the cross.
Mm, are they actively? They're not actively repelled by that, right?
So you've heard tales that some might be.
I've done research.
Yeah.
Alright.
As you do not have access to the internet, as it will not be invented for many, many hundreds of years.
Yes, the internet that
Your
knows
main
all.
source of info is old wives' tales and books.
Damn.
So, good luck.
Now, my
So-
knowledge on the inner workings of vampires are extremely limited, as they are secretive bastards who don't like to share their knowledge. However, it is definitely true that sunlight is fatal. So they keep out, they stay in shadows, and they just don't come out during the day. Has Luson shown signs that he just fucking automatically sleeps during the day?
Yes, but you wouldn't have seen it because you were asleep.
Shit.
But you can safely assume.
I believe they go into they just sleep during the entire day. Whether they do it on purpose or just their own rhythm, I'm not sure. There are a lot of clans of vampires, I believe. 4, 5? It's hard to count, there's a lot, and they're not actively around. I don't believe we should worry about these clans, but if it ever were to come up, well, it won't be good for us. And while vampires do have some common weaknesses, such as that sunlight and the stake stops them, the stake to the heart stops them, and their dislike of fire, they are actually incredibly different. One vampire varies wildly from the other, so sometimes it's difficult to tell if something is a vampire at all. Do I know what type of vampire Lusana is?
You would if you heard the stories about the nightmare. Then you'd be able to say, yeah, he's probably a Nosferatu.
Alright, I'll learn eventually. I don't know right now though. I could ask Arteria. Arteria, how would you say Luson acts? Have you seen him use any abilities?
Yes.
Such as?
Well, his first night coming to my room, he seemed to be completely invisible, even though I could see him. He walked through guards and they didn't even notice. Sometimes he even seems to apparate and walk through walls. And sometimes I find him appearing out of shadows and then going back into them like they were doorways to him.
So yeah, that's Nosferatu for sure, right?
Yes, and you would also know that all of those like teleports are more to do with the perception blocking ability
Yeah.
they have.
She knows.
Yeah.
She knows that it's not legitimate invisibility and just perception
Yes.
blocking.
She knows that vampires are not actually capable of invisibility.
Does she know
like
Does
that.
she know the term Nosferatu?
She knows that she knows probably like the term. She might know the term Nosferatu.
When was Nosferatu a thing?
Nosferatu. There's actually like
Dracula.
yeah. Sure. You know what? Use the term Nosferatu because I don't want to interrupt the flow and go.
Modernized translation.
Modernized translation.
Ah, so Luson is a Nosferatu type vampire.
He did call himself that, yes.
You could have just started with that.
I don't know what a clan is.
Well, that type of vampire specializes in manipulation of the mind. You see, he does not actually become invisible, he just changes everyone's mind to not perceive him. And that teleporting you described is him just doing that.
Ah.
Hmm. Well, it's very rare that we will encounter a vampire. We could encounter a vampire if we happen to come across a large battlefield after a while. It is, after all, the easiest place to find corpses.
Okay.
However, I actually haven't seen a vampire in quite a long time. Not that I mind, of
You've
course.
seen them before?
Not. I've known of them. What else is there to say about vampires?
Stake to the heart.
I think I mentioned that already. That
Um,
is why we also
Oh, yeah.
Lusan himself said why it does that.
yeah. Then yeah, I think you've covered pretty much all you know about vampires. You just know they're super secretive. They don't like being talked about.
There's not a lot to talk about.
No.
They just be like that, dog.
Yeah. I mean, you might have heard like recent tales of like some people feel like, oh, what happens if a vampire gets too strong? But I mean,
I'm sure we won't need to worry about that.
yeah.
There's actually not too much to talk about them. I'm sure they have a whole lot of secret information that they just refuse to tell.
Okay.
Would Merlin know incestuous?
No.
Well, I believe that's it.
You didn't know they need a lot of blood to survive.
Who has been feeding Luson? Look around at the class. Oh no, the person who's been feeding is gone. Oh god.
Yvain just...
Oh dear.
I have not seen Luson since we first found him.
Yes, he will not be seen if he does not want to be seen.
Yes, he seems to.
It's also
Yes,
day,
that's-
so there's no possible way you'll see him during the day.
Yes, it seems so.
Gwen approaches the table. Oh. So, that confirms that the freight's been sneaking up here. No wonder I've been feeling sick every night. She kneels at the edge of one. I like the edge of the table, like propped up on her elbows.
I'm back.
Who has been feeding Musan, now that I think about it?
I have.
How often?
He asks once a day.
Well, that's quite a lot. They do need quite a lot.
That explains why you're so lethargic.
Would I know the exact quantities they need?
If I remember correctly, it's about a pint. Pint for one Vita.
Modernized translation.
Yeah.
They require about a pint.
Arturia, not obviously not knowing what a pint is, just go. Okay.
Modernized translation.
For
No, she
reference, a
doesn't.
human has about 10 pints of blood in their body.
Yeah.
She would not know what a pint is either way.
Well, about this much gets a fucking jar or some
You
shit.
should just say a tenth of your blood.
A tenth of your blood.
Gwen gives you a look. What she is saying is that thing will suck you dry within a week.
When
Yeah.
did you get here?
I came over while you were distracted.
She's quite good at that.
Okay.
Now, why the hell are you talking about that freak?
Well, he needs to be kept fed.
He doesn't need to.
Well, it would be helpful if he were.
Alright. And where's your brilliant idea of how to feed him?
Well, normally I'd come up with an alchemical solution to this, but honestly, I think just taking shifts will work.
I don't think your blood will work.
Does he refuse to take anything other than yours, or?
Well, I mean, I haven't asked, but he's only ever asked for my blood, and he did say it was my blood that woke him up, despite being fed it, obviously.
Well, he obviously accepted the blood of the two missing soldiers, and I'm sure it'll be fine.
Okay.
Just tell him to ask one of us. Just tell him to accept our blood. I will volunteer myself as tribute if anyone else would like to.
Gwen gives you a look. What? Between you four? He gives a look to Yvain, Gaia, you and Arturia. Yeah. You won't be able to keep up. That thing won't be satisfied unless he's able to feed on who knows how many people a night. He'll be using it, even if he only drains a little bit from you each night. He'll be using up more of that blood just to keep moving, but before any of you can regenerate it back.
Perhaps sending him out to a battlefield.
Battlefields in Camelot?
And more importantly, in winter,
Or even this far north?
He is undead, that's true.
I was more so referring to the fact that who the hell's going to be fighting out there in winter?
The Saxons?
No.
Please, not even they're crazy enough to be moving about in winter.
Are you quite sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
The Saxons are very resilient and... Thanks for a word. Feral sort of army.
Yeah, maybe. He gives a shrug.
I can only assume that Frederick has forces stationed even now.
Guy leans forward. I'll have to agree with Yvain on this one. Those... Ugh, they're like wild animals. I don't think they just go into hibernation.
It would be convenient for us, but alas, it is not to be.
Back to the topic.
Yeah, so feeding Luson. Oh, we do have plenty of soldiers. Merlin looks
Yeah,
around to see
feeding.
how that's taken.
We aren't feeding Lusan soldiers.
Yes, I expected as much.
And honestly, I'd much rather if you guys didn't feed him either.
Well, if you were not
Gaia
to be fed,
looks at like the plate of food she has. Why don't you just feed him rats?
would that work?
You don't know. You've never heard of a vampire drinking anything other than human blood.
Hmm.
The rats are
How
blood.
long is it till night?
A couple of hours. I mean, or like bunnies. Those breed fast, right?
You could start a rabbit farm down there in your new alchemical
I mean,
lair.
actually, they kind of need a lot of sunlight, and plants need to grow. And Gaia sort of looks away.
Merlin's gonna go around collecting rats.
Rat hunting.
She
There's
doesn't
probably a
even
lot
say
down there.
bye, she just leaves.
And she's gone.
Yes, it seems so. We do have a habit of leaving and entering unexpectedly.
Oh well. Not my problem. We're gonna fast forward throughout the day.
Merlin is aware of germs, so she wears a fucking mask and gloves.
She's getting a lot of use out of that mask.
Oh yeah, she is.
And we're going to... Eventually, night comes. Who would like to try and find Merlin?
Arturia will.
Yvain, in the meantime, is gonna go and see Germanus.
Alright.
Oh man.
Before we get to Arturia and Merlin, we'll focus on Yvain.
Oh,
You're gonna go see St. Germanus?
yes.
Alright. Would you like to go to his room?
Yeah, she would like to knock.
Alright. You knock a couple times, and there's a long silence before eventually. You may come in.
Opens the door.
Yvain. He is sitting at a desk. You can see by his room, it's, fairly Spartan, very barren. There's a couple of, religious imagery, a cross on the walls. And he's at a writing desk. You can see a massive portrait, or a massive, painting above him of, presumably, of Uther and Ambrosius. And currently, you just be writing something with a ink quill, and there's a lot of crumpled up sheets of paper around him.
Pardon my intrusion.
It is quite all right, Miss Yvain. May I help you?
You see, I am confident in your ability as you are a man of God. And your long and eventful history, if I may, that you may have some wisdom or advice to impart.
I see. If there is any way I can help you, I would be happy to.
Well, during the rescue of Duke Frederick's daughter, of course you are aware of the events which transpired.
He gives a slight nod.
I have been training for a knight since I was a young girl. But that was the day that I can say that I first killed a man.
Ah. I see. Yes, it is not a very easy transition.
I knew this day would come in my pursuit of becoming a knight and being an heir. However, I simply do not think I could have prepared myself. It may have been in order to prevent the loss of my own life and the loss of Artoria's or Gaia's or Merlin's. Yet, the feeling, I still cannot shake it. And I don't know if I shall be of sound mind to repeat it, unfortunately. And I am simply at a loss of how to steel my mind. I have seen the effects that some amongst our company have taken, becoming cold or distant from the fact. But I don't know if that's quite in my nature, to be frank.
Yes. Ambrosius was much the same. He hated fighting, hated killing. Jemina says, a ever so slight, almost wistful smile. He'd always look for a way for peace first, before ever resorting to violence. He once asked me the same questions you now ask.
She seems a bit surprised at this, as she had never really thought about it.
I don't believe I provided a proper answer then, but I hope I can now. It is simply our duty. It is a matter of life and death. When the time is calling, there is naught we can do but struggle for survival. He seems like he's about to say something before you almost see he bites his tongue, and you see a small trickle of blood fall out. It seems he bit it very hard. Pardon me. As I was saying, I'm sure our soldiers feel the same way. But they fight against the savages either way. Every day they struggle against those barbarians who threaten our peace. Even if it's difficult. So, I'm afraid to tell you it will not be getting any easier. It's been alive for many, many years, and it never has for me.
Yes, it is quite alright. I expected something along these lines. As you are aware of my combat style, protecting myself above all else and dealing damage back in turn with my shield and my spear. I have dedicated myself to defending both Britannia, Croydon, and Melatoria. And I have my own things to strive for. She breathes in. It seems that I must stay ironclad if I wish to uphold my ambitions, my morals, and the safety of Britannia, Croydon, and Artoria.
You can see his lip quiver ever so slightly before he stops himself. That feeling. The guilt. It's important.
She nods.
It is what separates us from demons. Our empathy.
Yes, it seems that apathy would be ignoring the unfortunate acts that come with death.
To stray from that path, you would become something less than human. It is painful, but all I ask of you is to ensure you do not lose that pain.
She nods.
And if you can. He turns to you. His eyes seem incredibly tired, like he's been awake for 1,000 nights. Don't let Artoria lose it either.
Her expression becomes a little more, like, determined. Yes, sir.
Thank you. My apologies. You came here for my advice, and I am asking a favor of you. I
No
duly apologize.
No apologies are required, St. Germanus. It is my honor to be able to, and my own personal goal to keep Artoria from things such as that.
Well then, it is good you arrived when you did as well. As I have just completed this, he picks up he picks up 2 sheets of paper from amongst the, or 2 sheets of parchment, I should say, from amongst the scrambles and crumpled pieces. I have finished preparing the speech she will be giving. If it would not be too much bother, if you could help her rehearse it.
She gives it a read over.
I will send it to you.
Alrighty. I would be right to assume that she should refrain from ad-libbing.
That would be best, yes. During the speech, it will be set up on a small stage. I have already begun discussing with the servants to perform effects to enhance the speech.
She nods. The windows could provide quite adequate lighting.
Indeed. Hopefully the speech will bring back the love for our nation.
She nods.
I believe I must bid you adieu. Thank you for your time, Miss Yvain.
She nods. And as she goes towards the door, she stops for a second, looks back. St. Germanus?
Yes.
If you're ever in any need of assistance, I shall be happy to provide.
Thank you.
You are a wealth of advice and knowledge to me, and I greatly appreciate that.
I am happy I can provide.
Good evening to you, St. Germanus.
Good
And then
evening,
she leaves.
Misty Vane. As the door closes, he immediately sits down back in the chair. Damn. Why must I face so many trials? I hope one day you can forgive me, Miss Yvain. And
Yvain
now,
could not hear any of that.
Damn,
No.
that boy is dead.
the door had been shut quite tight.
Damn, he dead
then
as fuck.
Yeah. Wait for the door to close. Few seconds for her to walk away.
Fuck, I'm dying!
I'm fucking dying super hard.
Yeah, Yvain would have sort of been a bit like surprised at the fact that he went, what would it be?
Yeah,
Huh?
he waited for her to walk away. He waited till like... but now, we will focus back in on Merlin and Artoria. Artoria, you are going, doing like rounds throughout the castle, when you see Merlin with what appears to be a box full of rats. And she's
Wait.
walking towards her alchemy laboratory.
Please,
Yvain
a
sees
box?
this?
Do you think Merlin would be sophisticated enough for a box? It's
Sorry,
obviously
she's...
It's a squirming sack.
it's obviously a sack.
Sorry, it's a squirming sack. It is a squirming sack that is also occasionally squeaking.
Or,
Hello there, Altaria.
hello, Merlin. Are those
Rats?
your... Yeah.
Yes, there are rats.
Ah. Do you know if it'll work?
Well, there's no reason not to try.
Feel kind of bad.
Don't.
With that, you descend down with the... I assume during your absence you installed a ladder.
Yes.
Yeah, a ladder now installed. You were able to descend down into the alchemy lab below. And as if on cue, daylight is quelched, and Lisan opens up his eyes and races to the room. Oh, my king.
Hello, Lusan.
I did not expect you to come visit me.
I'm here to see something.
Luson,
Mm-hmm.
the blood of rats, is that possible?
His face, like, he squelches up like he ate a lemon. Well, yes. Vampires who have been in torpor for a long time and have thin blood, or newly formed ones, are capable of feeding from animals. It tastes very disgusting.
Well, they are dirty creatures.
And the only blood I'd like to drink is from my king.
Well,
Can you gain proper blood from rats?
Well, yes, I can gain sustenance from it. But it requires even more blood. About a bit double than what I would normally take.
well, you see, the problem we're going across is that Altaria simply just doesn't have enough blood to sustain you for long.
Well, my previous rulers told me the same thing.
And what did they do?
Oh, well, they just had me drink from the people.
Merlin kind of like looks at Eteria, like raising an eyebrow.
No, we're not doing that.
Shrugs.
Well, those are a lot of rats. I can hear their heartbeats.
How good is your hearing?
Oh, not that much better than normal person's. Unless it relates to blood. In which case I can hear heartbeats, hear the flow of blood, I can smell blood, and taste it on the air. He sort of like turns it on himself. It's weird.
It's not that weird, really.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
Well, we could rely on this rat method. I'm not sure if we have enough rats for that. Perhaps a fusion of all three.
Oh. The previous alchemist proposed a breeding pen. I mean, he was doing it, he wanted to do it for humans, but it sure could work for rats too.
Merlin looks at Eteria when she hears for humans.
No, we're not doing that.
I eventually decided it was a stupid idea because it's too slow to grow.
Well, having some left over as a backup, well, still grabbing some more would be useful.
I took a breath to speak.
Well, how about you have some from the king, and you have some from rats, and you have some from those who are willing to give you blood.
He looked to Artoria. Is that an order from you, my king?
Well, I'd much rather if it was just mine. So you all don't have to do it.
Well, yes,
In that
but
case,
I would rather he were not awake for most of the time. Most of the time.
oh, my king, your heartbeats are rather slow. Oh, you have less blood going through your veins than usual. That's a shame. But I'm really hungry. Can I have a snack?
How about this, Lisan? If you can,
Uh-huh.
if you can live off of rats, and with the help of Merlin, perhaps properly breed them. By the end of each week, I'll give you some of my blood.
Of course, my lord. Whatever you say, my king. Now then.
I apologize for the taste, but you will just have to endure.
I'm sure we could genetically breed them somehow.
What's that mean?
Does Merlin know what genetics are?
I don't think genetics have been invented. I know atoms have, but
Perhaps,
maybe?
well, selective breeding is definitely a thing.
Selective breeding has.
Perhaps
I
we
don't
could
think term genetics
selectively
has,
breed
but-
them to taste better.
Maybe.
You have to keep me some notes on that for me.
Okay. Oh, wait. My king, do you want that?
Sure.
I'll tell you, I feel
No.
like this is going to be a reoccurring problem.
I'm sure it will be.
The asking you for permission part, I meant.
I'm sure it will be.
May I have the rats now?
Yes,
He looks between you like a desperate puppy.
I hand him the sack of rats. The rat
He reaches
sack.
in He reaches into the rat sack, pulls a rat, and you watch in horrific detail as he sinks his fangs into the stomach of the rat, and it shrivels up.
Merlin looks very intently. This is the first time she's seen a vampire feed.
He needs to drain the entire rat's blood, as rats have 1 HP, and he needs to, due to his discerning palate merit, if he's reached from anything other than Artoria's bloodline, then the first point of Vita he drains does not count. So he needs to deal aggravated damage to this rat to kill it, to get 1 point of Vita. The rat dries up like beef jerky, and he tosses it aside as he pulls out another rat and does the same. After about 12 rats, he finishes up. I feel very full. That tasted disgusting, he says, all with a smile on his face. He gains a point of willpower for putting himself through hardship in pursuit of following orders.
Good job, this one.
Thank you, my king.
So about that me giving orders as well, Notori, is that on yet, or is that some more lessons?
Have you taught me everything?
Well, there's definitely
there
some
is
more.
that you know about supernaturals?
There's definitely more lessons there.
Then no.
I'll wait for now.
Alright.
Just be sure to catch any rats you see, and if you can, breed them with the help of Merlin. By the end of a week, I will be sure to give you some blood.
Very well.
Well, there's our system.
And with that,
Rat catching.
we're going to end the first week. And that means we have 10 weeks remaining.
And if there ain't enough rats, then it's Merlin's turn.
Adam, my health. How does it look now?
Regain 1 lethal.
Ugh.
Yeah, it sounds about like that. That's what you feel like.
If I get another damage, I get another beat.
Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure that only happens once a session. So, no. But for now, we'll go on to the next week. What would everyone like to do during this week?
How many pyros do I have now?
You have full and have had full for quite a while.
I need to make a.
You have 3 free.
I need a fucking distillation.
Alright.
I need to get my fix. My alchemy fix.
Is Yvain still not is her leg still not healed then?
Yeah, your leg is healed by now.
Alright.
You're back to full health.
His blood went up.
Bloodwind is up.
Get that tilt out of here.
I'm training with her.
Alright. All right. Yvain, what are you gonna do for the week?
She's going to go back into the training ring and again build up her muscle mass again. You know, getting a replacement shield and her spear, donning her armor like again, even if it is, slightly broken a little bit. Or at least using like placeholder stuff in order to
All right. And finally, Merlin, what about you?
Let's make a distillation. Probably just
All right.
transformation. That seems most useful right now. Since I don't think we're gonna be fighting anything anytime soon.
Probably not.
Probably.
What do
Never
you
know.
think?
You never know.
All right. Yvain, gain 1 beat for training.
Alrighty.
Merlin, you get your distillation in.
Yeah, baby.
Yep.
XP.
And Artoria, we're going to do a little scene with you.
Okay.
As you enter into the training arena, you can see Bloodwyn is already there, practicing with a wooden sword on a dummy. When she sees you enter, she immediately sneers. "Why aren't you, a little hypocrite? You look like shit." Hello, Mike.
He's fucking dead.
Okay.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, we heard the okay.
Mm-hmm. I suppose that's the only thing that was heard.
It was the only thing that was heard, yes.
Yep.
Hmm. Maybe you guys need to turn me up.
No, it's
it's
not.
not that
It's a you thing. It's your mic not picking you up.
Yeah,
Okay.
you just, it's not that you're quiet, it's that there's no sound whatsoever.
Well, that sounds like, I guess, it sounds like I am quiet then.
No, your microphone just doesn't pick you up.
Yeah,
Cause I'm quiet.
I can't hear you if you're quiet.
Yeah. I'm just being a little quiet. Don't worry about it.
Okay. So, you look like shit.
It's just some flesh wounds. It'll be healed by the end of the week.
Alright, fine. She tosses you a sword. You're so keen on doing this, then?
You're the only one that can make me stronger.
Alright. Roll for initiative.
Okay.
Should we play battle music?
Yeah, put on some battle music.
Fuck battle music.
Hit him with the. Hit him with the.
What I made of?
Will to
Well,
fight the knight.
The
Yeah,
will
sure.
to fight the night.
Intense, yeah?
Bit intense.
What else are we supposed to
Alright. Here we go then.
Battle to the death.
Yeah. Lodwin goes forward and does like a quick strike right into Artoria's shoulder for 1 bashing. This is not fitting at all.
I don't know what else to say.
We don't have we can't go hard in every battle. We don't know how to not go hard.
Yeah, what else? Like, what are we supposed to?
We can only go full power. Here, I got something.
I can play more Hellsing. I don't know.
That one. Yeah, that's fitting, right?
There we go.
Yeah.
Right,
She
Therese.
rushes in quickly and gives you a blow on the shoulder.
Arteria does better at shrugging it off and goes for an attack of her own.
Alright.
Defense of...
Defense of 5.
Willpower.
Right.
1 success.
All right. Describe
2
what you do,
rushing.
Victoria.
Terry like takes the attack and then like goes for like that using 2 hands, goes for like a swing to her head, but then like curves it in a way to where like she uses her sword to twist and then like jab her in the torso.
You're fighting slower than before, but you're not just swinging wildly.
You have to learn something eventually.
All right, then. See if you can learn from this. She's going to use willpower on this attack. Are you going to willpower defense, or?
Sure.
Okie dokie. 1 success. She does a number of swift strikes towards you, taking like 1 step each strike, and slowly pushing you backwards. Until eventually she's able to do a strike down that she like holds her sword up above her head and swings down. And then, when you lift her sword up, with her offhand, she punches you in the gut for 1 bashing. You're focused too much on the sword.
Arturia nods. I want to do something, but it would jeopardize another thing I want to do. Fuck it, going for it. Adam,
Yes?
if you allow it, can I get the first thought of Langschwert?
Yes, you may.
Cool. Arturia taking it and like stops and then like nods and focuses. She will use wards then.
Right.
For her next action. For now, she will just make a simple attack.
Alright. Defensive 5.
Zero successes.
Alright. You swing forward, do like a quick thrust forward, which Blodwyn tilts her left elbow back, or her left shoulder back, so that her body tilts out of the way of the blow. She then, with her other sword, she does like a little swing and parries the blade away from her. And now she will do an attack of her own.
Arturia will use wards as well as spending willpower to up her defense.
Alright. Was words reflexive? Or did they require an instant action? It was reflexive? Okay, cool. Alright.
I believe that makes her a defense 8.
Yes, Bloodwind has a single dice to attack, and because she's not expecting it, she will not be spending willpower. She does a swing forward. And Arturia, how do you describe how you block it?
Arturia, no, I'd use this for Fool's Guard. She just like brings her sword in front of her, and as it's coming, she like moves her feet for a moment, and then like swings her sword right at it, right as hers is swinging. Puts a hand on the blade, pushes away, uh, hoping to leave her open, which she will go for another strike of her own.
The blades clang together, and as Artoria pushes her hand outward, Blodvin's blade is pushed back. And Blodwin looks incredibly surprised for a moment, leaving her open.
And she will make an attack spending willpower.
I'll
Two
give you a +1,
successes,
as
that's-
Artoria did not expect that, or Blodwin did not expect that. Oh, 2 successes already?
Yeah, I did it before.
It's fine. Yeah,
Okay.
you, as she's pushed back, you bring the wooden sword down right onto her collarbone. Yeah. How did you learn that? Only a couple sparring matches and you're already improving.
Have had a little bit of fighting. Not as much as you.
Alright then. She assumes like her own kind of stance. Guess I'll start really going for it. She is going to, with you still having ward active, she is going to start spending willpower on her attacks.
Okay.
One success. She goes forward. You go out to do the same sort of maneuver, but she anticipates it this time and angles her blow on yours so that it slides diagonally across and manages to do a glancing blow against your cheek. Got you.
Arturia is at 3 bashing, 4 lethal.
Alright. Do you wish to continue the fight, or...?
Arturia will... Question is, do I want to spend another one? What do you think, Adam?
I mean, there'll be more opportunities to train with Bloodwin.
Yeah. I'll save the XP for now.
Alright. The battle continues on for a bit like that. Artoria gain a beat for training.
Cool.
And that is the end of the week. Artoria, heal 3 lethal, and then take 1 more from feeding Lusan.
2 lethal.
Yeah. And is the start of a new week. Once again, what would everyone like to do?
1, 2. This week, Arturia's training every week, but yeah, you just, of course, not just kind
of. Besides the train and just, hey Artoria, it's time for your etiquette lessons again.
Today is another etiquette lesson. And Merlin, what about you?
Today is another supernatural lesson.
Alright, while they do their etiquette lesson, you message me about what supernatural you want to talk about, and I'll send you info.
Probably werewolves. I don't even need to send you.
Arturia already knows about werewolves. It's fine. You already explained.
There's more to learn.
Okay.
I guess we'll just skip werewolves then.
Alright.
I'll send you a message on that.
Cool. Artoria, your etiquette lesson, you open up. Yvain, do you bring the speech with you?
Yeah.
Alright. Cool. Yeah, you see there, Yvain has the normal assortment of tables, the table with the food and the goblet, as well as 2 sheets of parchment, kept very carefully away from the food. Oh, enjoy the deal.
Artoria?
She sits down like normal. Hello, Yvain.
Before we begin, normal etiquette lessons, I have these for you, and she hands in the parchment. This is from Saint Germanus. It is the speech he has prepared, as well as the
Oh,
details of what will occur during the speech.
oh, okay. She like picks it up and goes to read it.
After which we review training of the etiquette lessons, as well as, in the coming weeks, discussing seating arrangements. And she waits for her to
Alright.
read it over.
Okay.
I will now DM you the message or the speech.
Okay.
It is a flair of the dramatic, I will say. And Saint Germanus has advised that you do not ad-lib any part of the speech.
Okay. I'll be honest, I don't think I could come up with something
Yes,
on the
quite.
fly.
She leans in a little bit. If I may be honest to you, when you have acquired more of a grasp, I believe that your speeches will come to you naturally and passionately and honestly. But this may not seem genuine to yourself, or your feelings of what you wish to say, but I believe this may be the best course of action at this time.
Okay. She puts it down.
I have also read over the speech in order to adequately prepare you for it. You will be repeating it over the course of the next few weeks as we continue on the rest of our etiquette training. Excuse me about that. And we have quite a bit more to discuss. But as you will clearly see, there are quite a number of theatrics involved, such as the servants pulling the window curtains closed, unveiling tapestries, and the like. You will not have the luxury of practicing with those, but in turn they will follow your example. When you get to a point in the speech, they will go upon their orders, and you will simply continue on as if nothing has happened. If you will turn your attention to the fire aspect, I would ask that you keep a calm head during such events. And Artoria, if I may, on an unrelated note,
Yes.
as you know, I am the representative and ambassador of Croydon. I, as the couriers are sent out to deliver the invitations, will be returning with the courier upon the snow melt in order to advise and seek advisement from my father, and so that the representative and the province of itself are on the same page, so they may accurately represent my province. I shall be gone for quite a while, but fret not, I shall return for the banquet.
That's fun. I'm sure we'll be okay.
Now then, Altoria, do you have any questions or any comments you wish to make?
No, but like she looks at the note. You're certainly right. This is very boisterous.
Yes, quite so. Although St. Germanus has personally, over many revisions, come as this is the best conclusion.
Under her breath, Arteria like she looks like a little sad, and under her breath, Arteria mutters, Germanus thinks a lot of things are the best course of action."
Yvain sort of notices this but doesn't say anything. Now then. As we are currently going over your etiquette, remember, holding goblets by the stem, and not by the cup, as to ruin the designs, and again, please do not scratch any itches, but it comes to the matter of seating, and the matter of knowing the other dukes.
She nods.
If you wish to continue as we are, or we could start a little bit quite lengthy explanation on the dukes.
I'd like to know about the Dukes.
She nods. Alright. Now, the table will be formatted in a similar sense, although quite larger, as in the eating hall it shall be. You will be placed at the head of the table, of course. And there shall be many different seats on either side. She gestures to either side of the table, all the way down. Should I post the image at him?
Yes.
In this sort of formation. Now then, if you will see that all of these are... Some of these are quite close to you, of course, and some of them are quite far away. Now then, the seating arrangement is quite a political gambit, as well as a practical seating gambit, as I'm sure you would guess. Seats more positioned towards yourself are in places of great trust and great admiration, so that not many are be able to be seated close to you, and so the ones that sit close to you is a quite is quite a large honor. And thus, this could be used to forge alliances or show goodwill. Although, someone will have to sit at the very far ends of the table, unfortunately. It is part of the phrase of pick your battles. Sure that you might be familiar with. Do you follow?
Yes, I think I follow.
Other than the dukes, as you can see, there are quite a number of seats. You may grant positions for people at the table if you see fit, such as Saint Germanus or Bloodwin, but ones such as Gaia or Merlin or Gwen may not be seen as appropriate to keep it.
So I have to pick who sits where.
Yes, you will be arranging the seat as no one else can due to the sensitive nature of the arrangement. Knowing that the king has picked your seat, whether close or far, personally, shows quite the effect. Now then, moving on to the dukes, I shall start with the ones that you know about. Just Croydon. My father, who I will be an ambassador for, has sent me to take part in the feast instead of him. Now, I will not be Yvain, as I said before, your knight, who has pledged loyalty to you, but Yvain, the ambassador of Croydon, and my seating arrangement has just as much weight as everyone else's. You could place me close in order to show that allies and ones who show loyalty to you, the High King, are rewarded. Or you could put me somewhere in the middle. Show not disrespect, but leaving room for more honorable guests. Someone such as Duke Frederick, you also already know. Province of Vestis, you have already gone through, and rewarding his own personal commendation with a seat near you would be quite advisable, as opposed to seemingly not addressing it and leaving him to a more distant seat, which would be a bit of an insult to his personal kindness. And the province of David will, of course, send a representative, as Morgan has informed me he will be attending himself as the representative. Now,
Arturia makes a face, hearing Morgan's name.
now, of course, as Defeat is a very secretive province, the politics of such a very unknown if how to proceed. It seems that Morgan himself seems to treat it, of course, as more of a outing rather than a strict ceremony. However, we do not know the full extent of the political influence that this could have. Province of Zetoria, Duke Gwynlu, is quite a, if I may put it bluntly, a very brash and abrasive dude. And may be the one to throw the most direct remarks towards you. This is a very touchy subject, but not as much as some of the others. Putting him close to you, he may shrug it off, or the others may think of you in a certain way for giving him, of all people, a seat by you. But putting him far away may also fly him into a bit of a rage. Enrith with Esmond and, more importantly, Helena is also another touchy subject, as our previous failing to meet, as well as their own massive political power due to the trade routes. I think it is not advisable to set them at a distance. They are quite shrewd in their politics, and they are quite knowledgeable. Also, you must take into account who sits near whom, such as some may not agree with one another and may cause a scene, while others may quite get along. Alliances may be formed at this banquet. And, of course, I come to the final province of Rus. The Duke of Merchion and Gaul may not make an appearance, and it's quite likely that he won't. Not much is known about him, but in my studies I know that he's a very blunt man. Of course, manning Hadrian's Wall one must be. And he's quite disliked for his lack of interest in politics and very blunt demeanor, as well as his, she chooses her words, less than normal devotion to God, or gods, one could say. But that is not to say that he is without merit. Do you have any sort of questions about them?
How will I know which one of them likes each other?
Well, that is the predicament, it seems. Although, you could match temperament, such as Frederick may be able to handle the brashness of Grinlu more than, say, Esmond or Helena could. And her eyes grew a bit wide. Oh yes, I seem to have forgotten. Province of Ioria, with Duke Huggin. It seems that he and your father had quite a bit of bad blood. The details of which I know not, but located in the central area of Britannia.
Again.
I do believe that it would be wise if you wish to get on the right foot with Huggin.
Was
To put aside the
Huggin-
differences of your father and him.
Huggin at the sword pulling?
Yes, he was. He was the first to try.
He was the one who was like who was very aggressive in trying to pull it out, right?
Correct. That was
Yeah.
him.
Yes, he was the first. No, he was the very outwardly spoken and brash to try and pull the sword from the stone. I believe that he, for one, that might be the hardest for you, given your lineage with him. Your father may be dead, if you don't mind my bluntness, but that hatchet may still very well be unburied.
I see. All of these seats will be filled then. Correct?
No, there are deliberately a few open seats.
4, 5, 6, 7. Yes, 7, I believe. Yeah, so about like half the table is occupied by dukes.
Mhm.
You could choose
As well
to...
as seats open in case any of them bring, like, wives.
Yeah, like Esmond and Elena. And you have you have half the table empty. Whether you wish to leave the table empty or not is up to you. Although I will say that at the foot of the table, directly opposite to where you are, is seen as a great shame. As if you would disregard them.
I see.
I would recommend that the seats at the end of the table, and she gestures to like the mock table that they have, they may remain open. And even if you wish to have Saint Germanus or Blodwyn or anyone of that nature sit at the table, I strongly advise that you place them under or further away from the dukes. They are seen as lower standing, having them closer than even one duke. Grave offense.
I see. How many dukes have significant others?
At this point, the door bursts open.
Hello.
Merlin, you walk in.
Merlin,
Sit down, Yvan.
excellent timing. Sits down.
Now then, today we'll be going over spirits. Any of you know about spirits? Spirit and spirit-like things?
Such as ghosts, or the rest is dead?
Yes, such as that. Nothing? Do any of you know nothing?
Of course, there are the restless souls of those who did not do their justice to God, wandering around graveyards and such as that.
Sure, let's go with that. Spirits are unseen and intangible to those the likes of us. However, the most common way you'll likely encounter a spirit is through possession. The possession of people, things, items. Poltergeist, I believe it would be called.
So you're saying that it is not as simple as restless dead souls roaming
No,
about?
it's not.
Some of
And
those do exist.
joy. Just some of us.
Go on.
Most likely, the only way we will encounter a spirit is through possession, unless one chooses to show itself to us, which I do not see likely. But Altaria seems to attract these kinds of things.
A possession such as a demon inhabiting a body?
Merlin does not know what demons are, right?
You've heard of demons, but the lowercase d demons, not the uppercase god machine
Oh
demons.
yeah. They're different. They're
Yeah.
lowercase d
They're-
demons are a part of the spirits category,
They're a
right?
part. Yeah, they're a part of the spirit
Mhm.
category.
Yeah, so demons and angels. Is there lowercase angels? No, I don't think so.
For mages, there are, but
Uh,
you'd probably know. But you know what? Yeah, you would definitely think of angels as spirits. You know, you live in a time
Yeah.
Christianity is very prevalent here.
fuck you, White Wolf.
Angels
Your
technically
vein-
are spirits. in
Yvain
some
is a very
cases.
Christian woman.
Yes,
Mhm.
demons, angels, such as things as that. That would be categorized as spirits.
And these are prevalent?
Well, I believe that they are around us at all times, but we just simply can't see them or live somewhere else.
Hmm.
Yeah, man, that kind of sounds like a pagan faith.
Very pagan.
Yes, pagan religions do seem to worship these spirits as gods. I, however, know that they are. I was about to say weak, but that would imply angels as well.
Stops herself before she can.
Yeah, she's like about to say, it's like, ignore that.
Please continue.
Yes, right. Most spirits, well, they're not weak to any one specific thing. However, they will be weak to at least something. Of course, it varies. Most things vary. We call this a bane. That's a physical concept that could damage them. There's also have a thing called a bond, which allows them some sort of like order they cannot dissuade, disobey.
It's ban.
Ban,
It's ban.
not bane.
It's bane and ban.
Bane and
Bane
ban.
and ban. I said it with the ah because it's Spanish.
So they must comply with a ban?
With a bond, that's bond, right?
Ban.
The ban,
Ban.
alright. Ban.
Just told you.
They're fucking Spanish brain, alright?
We'll get to work on American brain because we're in England, motherfucker.
Oh, no.
No, we have to get a British brain.
Ban.
Ah.
The ban. Yes, it's something like that. However, it's very unlikely you'll ever find it out in a common encounter.
Hmm. Is this some sort of compulsion, like an open door must be closed, or
Something like. Perhaps think of it as blackmail.
blackmail they must adhere to?
Yes. I've heard that some could because some can enlist spirits. Make contracts
One-
with them.
Like with someone such as Morgan? A
It's different.
contract.
That's a Fey contract. That's different.
Lots of very different contracts with very different fine prints.
Yes.
And why would one make a contract with such a blasphemous spirit?
Well, not all spirits are demons. I'm sure having a spirit could be very useful.
Alright, but Why are you telling us of these spirits?
Well, they are the most likely thing you'll come across.
How will we know
You won't.
once we've found one?
The simple answer is you probably won't. However, if for some reason you do know that it's a spirit and it's trying to harm you, perhaps, well, the only way that you'd want to defeat it is finding out its pain.
How is one meant to do that? The vampires, of course, having sunlight and
Trial and error,
trial and error.
communication, perhaps, insight.
You say that we mean to communicate with the spirit?
Perhaps.
She
Oh.
blinks a couple times and you see the gears turning in Yvain's head.
However, there is something else that spirits do.
Something else?
They feed off the life force of humans.
Like a vampire?
No, different from that. Vampires
Isn't
feed off of
Pyros
blood.
that
Yes, I do believe it's pyros they feed off of.
I-
They're perhaps not the nicest people sometimes.
it
Well,
doesn't sound like they're people.
I don't
It
believe
doesn't-
I don't believe they would ask for permission before draining your life energy.
Is there any signs that we've been drained?
Is there, Adam?
Yes, you often feel very, well, drained. You'll feel very tired. You'll be very listless. Sort of like sleep deprivation, even if you get enough sleep.
Tiredness, lethargy, sleepy perhaps.
As well as a they begin to feel a lack of, like, accomplishments in anything.
A lack of purpose.
In
Very,
game terms, they will be unable to refill willpower.
That's-
very
That's fucking hilarious. I like that.
commonplace. Very commonplace side effects.
Yes, in some cases I believe that most people are being drained from their life energy. However, that's theorization for later. Another day, perhaps. I'm sure you don't want to hear my ramblings.
Well, they kind of asked for them, so.
Well, we do have a lot of work to do.
And not a lot of time, as the day is already coming to a close soon.
Wait, werewolves are also the half spirit technically.
Oh, right. Do your werewolf bit.
Werewolves are half spirits, and they're also very involved with spirits. Oh, I believe there are two types of werewolves. I can't tell, however.
So, wait. So you said that Octa is one of these werewolves, correct?
Yes, she is a werewolf.
Do you mean to say that she has a army of spirits and ghosts?
No.
And the like?
No, that would be terrifying.
Arturia, at the thought of that, kind of frowns in a little bit of fear.
Would Merlin know that they fucking murder them sometimes? More often than
Yes.
not.
Yes.
I feel like the
Well,
the relationship between werewolves and spirits is more adversarial than anything.
Adversarial?
Well, since werewolves are one of the few that can actually see these spirits, well, spirits are, I believe, not very easy to get along with.
So it is unlikely that they have any of these spirits in their ranks.
Extremely, yes.
She sighs in relief. I don't think a shield would prove much effective against spirit.
Well, if we come across a spirit, then I'm sure I'll figure something out.
Yes, it seems we have to place you on a spirit killing duty.
Well, I doubt we'll have to kill any spirits. I feel like most of them would probably be more disinterested, if anything.
Still, just in case.
Yes. Alright, now I'm done.
And now, it's getting quite late. You've done your time. And all of you gain a beat for just doing stuff throughout the week.
Hell yeah, bro. Do we get one for last week too?
You
Week
already
beat.
did. You did a distillation last week.
Oh.
Week beat.
What about
Week
the
beat.
week? What about the week before that?
You were asleep.
I have 2 experience again.
I have 4.
Okay.
I also
We're
have four.
We're also going to now again skip forward 2 weeks. 2 weeks, which means Merlin, you're full on Pyros if you weren't already.
Hell
You are
yeah,
already.
bro!
But you're already full on Pyros. I'll put it in all the distillations and stuff.
Yeah. I have them available. I could just fucking yeet some fucking distillations, bro. I'm ready. I'm bursting at the seams.
Yeah.
Let me
Today
at
is
'em.
the exposition session.
Let me at them.
Well, everyone get 2 beats.
Oh,
Yeah!
sick.
Experience. Wait, 2 additional beats or 2 in total?
2 additional beats.
Oh, fuck yeah, bro.
As another 2 weeks pass. And yeah,
Dear.
Hey, it's Germanus.
Merlin,
Any of
Yeah.
us cost tremendous?
we're going to focus on you
Oh, how quaint.
down in the lab.
Grand lab.
Yes. It's pretty late at night as you're working away, and Lusan sort of slowly slinks over to you. I've heard rumors.
Of?
Oh, the upcoming day.
Ah.
The king something or other.
Some sort of banquet, I believe.
Ah. I was wondering, can you put in a good word for me with my king? I wish to be the cook.
Cook.
Yes.
Well, I'm feeling quite famished right now. Let's go test out your skills.
Very well.
To the kitchen we go!
You guys are thinking, Lusan is now going to be rolling his cooking. Merlin, what do you order?
What the fuck is common food nowadays?
Lamb. A lot of lamb.
Lamb chops, I guess.
Okay.
Lamb and like a salad or something. Maybe like a soup. Tomato soup.
Alright. He's trying to spend a point of willpower on this to make it a road action.
Oh, road action!
Trained. He's professional.
He has
trained.
professional training in butlery.
Oh my god!
He tidies the house
And takes out the trash.
and also takes care of little condescending shits like
5 successes.
Holy shit, that's exceptional.
Exceptional success. This is the best goddamn lamb stew you've ever had, ever.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Is it alright?
That's more than alright.
Oh, I hope my king will love it.
I kind of like look him over. That normal people don't appreciate that look, right?
No.
I'm not normal. I wouldn't know.
Yep.
Perhaps we should cover you up if you want to cook.
Huh? Oh, don't worry. No one would be able to see me anyway. With that, he disappears from your vision.
Ah, an enchanted cooking ware.
He then reappears. Oh, actually, I can't make the cooking ware disappear. Well, I mean, I can if I'm holding it.
Well, if it's floating around,
Just
it simply look enchanted.
Oh. Well, technically, I'm just blocking everyone's perception of me in anything I do. I could walk around carrying a body in broad daylight. Well, actually, I couldn't. I'd burn to death. But in broad moonlight, and no one would care.
In full view would be the word you're looking for.
Ah, thank you.
Well, let's talk to Arturi about it.
May we wake her up now? I can't be up during the daytime.
Oh yes, it is the dead of night, isn't it?
Yes, you've been working for quite some time.
I'm sure she won't mind.
Arturia,
Totally.
it is 1 a.m. and you hear a knock at your door.
A knocking on your chamber door.
Come in.
The door opens. You see Merlin, and above her, Lusan,
Hello, hello.
much taller. Hello.
What
He
is it?
presents a stew. I made food for you.
It's very late.
No, but no.
I can only be up during this hour.
That is also true. Antonia, trust me. Trust me on this one. Bro, trust me.
She groggily reaches out a hand, grabs a spoon or something, and slowly takes it and takes a bite.
The moment the food touches your taste buds, it's like electricity coursing through your body. You don't even know what electricity is. It is the most delicious thing ever.
Oh dear.
Yeah, he's widen.
It's really, really good. I don't understand.
I've spent decades honing my craft. I'm an excellent cook. So, may I please cook for you for King's Remembrance Day?
Sure. Well, I'm sure if your food will be as good as this, then people will be very appreciative.
His eyes are probably half lidded. Both his hands are cupping his face. He's like the Gasai face.
Yeah.
The pose. It's that.
Don't
Kataguri
come,
face.
don't come your pants, bro. I know you can't come. Well, you can if you use Vitae, but
Listen, man. He's
The
work.
Kataguri face. What the fuck was that anime called?
I hate that you've
Kakagure?
Yeah,
infected
that
me
one.
with the knowledge that vampires can in fact come.
I
They
hate
can.
that I was infected with that knowledge by the book.
Mm-hmm. They can make dudes pregnant.
Fuck you,
They
White
can.
Wolf. We hate you and we love you, but mostly
No.
hate you for doing this to
Yep.
us.
Fuck vampires. Wait, no.
No, don't fuck
Please.
vampires. You do not want to get pregnant.
Horny jail.
Fucking what's that one? The boneyard. Take him to the boneyard.
The boneyard is a realm of the underworld.
Yep, take him.
Senators.
Take him there.
Mhm. Go to the boneyard.
For
Okay.
your horny sons.
That is why vampires. That's their original sin. They were too horny. And they were cursed with immortality. Anyway. So yeah, Usan is silently, like, sort of slinks back into the shadows.
Oh, off he goes.
I'll need to prepare a meal, or a menu, list. Oh, I think you'll need to probably ask that preacher man. He doesn't like it when I leave my place for much.
Ottery, you should do that. I have a feeling Saint Germanus does not appreciate me too much. However, it would be funny if I asked him for permission. Up to you, Otteria. Otteria? Oh, no.
Artorias. I was gonna say,
I'm
Artorias
here.
seems to have fallen back asleep.
She has, but I'm also devising the list.
Alright. Yeah, you realize this when Artoria had fallen back asleep as it was 1 a.m.
Merlin takes this opportunity to sniff her hair.
Do what? Smells like sunlight.
Why can I smell sunlight now? Seriously. She goes off mumbling about smelling colors.
You're pretty sure you can hear the stone down the hall. You can hear you can taste those footsteps
Weird.
as Lusan leaves.
Dirt.
Mhm.
Cobblestone. I'll be right
Would you
back.
like to give the reference for why that is?
Merlin got synesthesia for her randomized madness.
Marilyn, you crazy bitch.
She's fucking insane. It's a miracle she manages to seem normal sometimes.
Sometimes. All right. So. To speed things along. We are once again going to leap forward another few more weeks. Does anyone have anything they'd like to do?
Who wants silver weapons?
I'm back.
Welcome back.
I mean, Yvain would not be opposed.
You want a silver shield or a silver weapon?
Shield, little silver cross guard on the shield. That'd be great.
Cool. Let's get you a silver shield, Yvain.
She is trying to get a new one. Considering the last one broke.
Let's get you a big, sturdy silver shield.
all right.
Arteria would like to hang out with Gaia and
All right.
Gwen.
I guess this is me hanging out with Yvain.
Yeah, I guess so.
And Yvain, do you have anything else you want to do outside of
Also,
that?
and of course, training with Bloodwind.
Yeah, otherwise she's just, keeping herself fit, but just in the training ring, just, exercising, just running around the castle with full armor, with like a shield and a spear or two.
Cool.
Gwen, is that how you spell his name? What a dumb name.
It is. Fun fact, taken from actual Arthurian myth.
Gwynlil. Gwen, how the fuck do you say that?
I've honestly forgotten.
Maricione Gull?
Ghoul. It's pronounced, Maricione Ghoul.
Gull.
Maricione Ghoul.
Maricione Ghoul.
You're sitting in the middle.
It sounds like a mobster.
Hey, see, it sounds like
You're taking the boss duel.
It sounds like one of the dudes you have to assassinate in Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, just in Italy.
You do.
Yeah.
Your next target is Maricione Ghoul.
Frederick, you're respectful. So you'll sit next to Esmond.
All right. So, Yvain, perhaps against your better judgment, you are currently being led down the steps into Merlin's lab.
Right, so I had an idea.
Right.
You use a shield primarily, yes?
Yes. In fact, I'm trying to get a new one as the last one has splintered.
Marchione, the man is Marchione the man of God?
No, he's the one who doesn't care.
Right, alright, so your new shit where we just grab her big shield already here or something, I don't know.
I mean, you can just transmute a bunch of junk into a new shield.
You know what,
with,
you're right. Alright, so what's your preference in the shield? How big, design, anything?
Something very sturdy. Something to encompass as much of my body as I can without being too cumbersome.
Sturdy is a given, yes.
Yes. I'm more fan of tower shields, and as opposed to a buckler.
Anything on the front, any intricate details? Details?
Would you say?
Any intricate details?
Non-intricate details, no. My Croydon crest is on my armor, so
She's like fucking measuring you.
I don't find it too necessary to emblazon it on my shield, unless I would have a reason.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, you.
Alright, would you do me a favor and gather any trash you find around?
Trash?
You know, like destroyed things, such as stuff like that. There's plenty around here. I will say, I am using this as an excuse for Yvain to do my cleaning.
Yeah, just like, is there anything that you don't like down here?
Just, gather out the trash in one pile.
Starts, grabs a broom, sweeping it into a pile, picking stuff up, putting it together.
It's about like 2 hours of cleaning. It seems that the more mess you clean, the more you find. It's like some sort of infinitely expanding mess. But eventually you have a massive pile of mess in one corner of the room.
Why, yes, it seems that this is the clutter.
Right, alright. Stand back.
Is this another one of your alchemy tricks?
Yes, this will be the first time you ever actually see it.
Looking over to the shaken alchemy condition.
Oh boy. Oh, it's a common, baby.
Does that have any effect?
You are terrified right now.
Oh boy.
You're like, oh, this is not okay.
It's a common. Alright, Adam.
Yvain is scooching away, seemingly trying to go up the steps.
Do I roll?
No, you won't need to roll.
Cool.
Actually, you know what? Roll it. Yeah, roll.
Roll
for me.
just to see what happens.
Yeah.
Alright, let's
You can jump, weirdo.
Well, technically, you roll when you make the distillation, and then
Yeah.
it's used.
I
but-
didn't roll for the distillation, so I might
Alright,
do
yeah,
it
roll
now.
for the distillation now.
Intelligence plus occult plus rank. As off technically, but I'm an alchemist.
Yeah, so for you, it's magnitude.
Yeah, magnitude, baby. So that's gonna be, and since I specialize in alchemy, it's 13 dice. Fuck it, I'll use willpower for the meme.
Huggin is a bitch.
Alright, let's do this shit, baby. 6 successes.
Yeah, that's exceptional. So you can give it like extra durability and stuff,
Hell yeah,
and
bro.
change its size.
Shields deserve extra durability.
All right.
To fit your veins preferred size.
Yeah. Yvain, you watch before your eyes as the Merlin tosses a fucking bottle at it, and it shatters as all the colors seem to just morph together in an amorphous blob as
Kinda
this strange
terrifying.
light.
She's on the floor trying to.
Make me a breaking point due to your
Ah!
taken condition.
Oh
It's
no!
a -1 due to witnessing a non-violent supernatural act.
Oh no!
Which
What
can-
roll?
Yeah. Roll your resolve plus composure.
Merlin's
Alright.
smiling.
Yvain,
Merlin,
Minus
you and I are
one.
cool. Yvain, you
Merlin,
and I are cool.
Merlin is smiling through it all.
You and I are cool. You know I respect you.
I like
Yes.
Arturia just fucking making this list.
Yeah, I would imagine. I always imagine that's what her internal dialogue is like. Huggins is a bitch. I don't want that.
Breaking point is happening. Oh fucking no, I don't like them.
5 successes.
5 successes.
Yeah.
God damn! Regain a dot of integrity. And
Oh
gain,
fuck,
your-
baby!
and remove shaken alchemy.
You've seen
Also fun-
the
You've
wonder
seen-
of alchemy.
You are fucking confident about alchemy now. It's cool as fuck,
It's
man.
the coolest
Fun-
shit, bro.
Also, fun fact: if you get an exceptional success on a breaking point, you get another beat.
Yeah. Gain,
So wait.
gain. Yeah, so gain 2 beats, 1 for the breaking point, 1 for succeeding exceptionally at it. You feel fucking amazing.
And gain in integrity.
And gain in integrity, yes.
It's cool as shit, bro.
You see, she's like on the ground, like as if it's like she has sparkle in her eyes. Oh, would you look at that?
Yeah,
Your
Morgan.
fear of alchemy has
Morgan.
been conquered.
That's quite. You said you could do this a lot.
Oh,
right?
this is only the minimum of my abilities.
And you can see like the gears turning in her there. Like she's thinking of stuff.
Yeah, look, touch it. Perfect silver. Through and through.
Touches it.
It is
When you're an
perfect.
asshole.
It is expert craftsmanship.
She leans all the way to the bottom of it. She has to like bend down a lot. So, right here on the bottom. You see this?
But his son
Looks
is
down.
pretty cool.
It's Merlin's signature.
Oh wow. Sort of a blacksmith. Wow, even such delicate engravings. Like a flawless blacksmith as he picks it up and like tests the weight in your hands.
It is perfectly balanced for you. Even better than your previous shield.
Stand back. Dean gives like a huge shoulder check to like the air in front of her. Like a bash.
Do you hit the wall?
No, just in the just
Okay.
the air.
Yeah, it feels amazing. It feels perfectly balanced.
Blodwyn would not like Morgan at all.
It's like the fairy conundrum.
Yeah.
And that is the wonder of alchemy.
Sort of places a hand on her shoulder. This will come in great handy in the far future.
Yes, praise me more.
I mean, the craftsmanship, the amount of things that I could do.
Oh, Merlin's
Make
getting
this.
such a big head.
I shall keep this in mind, Merlin.
Yes, no need to thank me. Simply warping the creations of the universe by manipulating Pyrus is no big deal. She definitely thinks it's a big deal.
Yvain is like, whoa. Wait, what did you say something else for conditions?
Taken. Would that he resolved that condition? So would that give him another beat?
No. Resolve without
It was
taking a beat.
resolved through me being fucking
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah, because I, for some reason, I remember it's just like, wait, did Yvain get like a condition that just made her really stoked about alchemy? No, that's just me.
Yeah.
That's just me being stoked about alchemy.
Arturi don't like you hearing that.
Would Blodwyn like Helena? No, Helena would be like a fucking. Ooh, you're a woman.
Does this give
No.
Yvain like? Does this let Yvain next time she sees whenever she
She
inevitably
would no longer be taking breaking points from witnessing normal quote unquote alchemy.
Normal alchemy, not just not like
the
she doesn't
the,
just-
the
If the fucking
inevitable
Aqua Regina explodes again, that's still gonna be a breaking point.
yeah.
Seeing Merlin do weird ass shit,
But like
ain't a problem anymore.
throwing the ouchie potion will be fine.
Yes,
Alright.
Merlin, just
the
come down
ouchie bone hurting juice is fine.
The bone hurting
At two-
juice will be
at
cool.
at 1 in the morning with like a diagram. Merlin, do you think you could add a spike onto my gauntlet?
Merlin's the fucking relic of creation.
Screw blacksmith, like this is what she's doing.
I'm obviously better than a blacksmith.
How many? Who has wives?
Sure, I can't create the caliburn with the special metal that needs to be blacksmithed, but really, what good is that metal if it can't be alchemized? Yvain and Merlin. This is the beginning of a great friendship.
Yeah.
Oh, my fucking eye!
I just he's so good at this. I just remembered the fucking overly specific conditions book.
Overly specific conditions.
I love the overly specific conditions book.
I remember the overly specific conditions.
I know about overly specific mental conditions.
I just cheesed.
So that's the end of that.
Okay,
And scene.
Yeah. I forgot about the received inadvertently wrong information from the ancient wise informant condition.
It's fucking dumb as hell. Can we add those to the Merlin table?
Yes, Merlin, take that condition.
Do I take it right now?
Yeah, add that.
Whoa, that is quite the table, I gotta say.
When you go to apply your wrong information, automatically gain a dramatic failure, but you get a beat. But the next roll gets a +5.
Artoria, are you sure you don't want to think about where you're putting Blonde and Gerardus?
I'm giving blood with the condition really angry, but not at anything specifically.
Please. Wait, what is
No.
this book? What is this book?
Also, no, Blood.
Merlin's table
it
suddenly
was
got
her,
a lot
It was their
funnier.
province first. Blodwin gets to sit next to me.
Merlin's condition table got a lot funnier all of a sudden.
Oh, this is gonna be great.
I am hoping for Gwen's son.
This table is fucking amazing.
Adam's laughing.
He's having,
Look,
he's
man,
having a great time over there.
Yvain and I are cool. She knows this. So, we're fine, right?
Is she gonna tell Yvain about this before it happens?
Yeah?
Okay then.
Yeah, why wouldn't she? She'd be like, is this cool?
I feel like we're all laughing at different things.
Like, just looks. It's like, okay, let's see what eyes pop out of head. Oh boy.
What?
What is that book, Adam?
That's for me to know and for you to find out.
Oh boy, that's
He sent it before, but that was quite a while ago.
That's incredible. Angry, but not in anything in particular.
I really like angry, but not in anything in particular.
It's a good condition.
Yeah, she shows Yvain that. I'm hoping for Gwen's son. I'd like to reiterate. I'd like to say. Because I, meta knowledge, know Gwen's son is a beta.
Who's his name? Lucas?
No,
Haddock.
Kadok.
Kadok. Oh, yeah.
And he was
Lucas,
just
what?
like, it's like, hey, Kadok, you're a pretty cool dude. Please don't talk to me. I'm scared.
Good. Yeah, look, it's fine. Just talk to Morgan and or Blodwin. Blodwin is getting right next to me no matter what because it was her province first.
Putting him in between, if Kadok shows up, putting him in between those two.
I just really like Merlin and Guinevere watching this shit show go down from a distance.
Yeah, you guys will be at what is known as the low table. Yes, I did study actual medieval seating practices for this.
The kiddies
Mhm.
table.
The kiddies
Yvain-
table.
Me and Adam are
Yeah.
talking like, oh yeah, we're taking English classes and history classes to write for our campaigns.
Yvain is at the end because we know she's cool. Mary is right in front of her because Yvain wanted to be in front of Mary. Frederick is next to Yvain because Yvain also wanted to be next to Frederick. Hugging, so I don't put him at the very end so he won't be a bitch about it. Helena and Esmond are right there because I bet Helen is a stuck-up bitch, so she'll need to be closer to the king. Germanus is also there just for principle. I'm hoping for Gwen's son, and Morgan gets to be in the middle. I'd like him to be farther
Morgan's gonna
away,
have a
but
fucking amazing time.
Morgan's here to eat food and cause mischief, and he's all out of food.
that is my reason. That is my reasoning as a mix of Arturia and mostly Mike.
Oh, this is gonna be amazing. I cannot wait.
Merlin's gonna have a goddamn amazing time.
Oh man,
the entire
you
time.
might as well already give me the beat for enjoying myself.
Hey Adam, how many weeks do we have left before spring?
Let me check my
2
timetable.
2 weeks just passed. I think might be 5.
Yes, 5.
Alrighty.
And Arturia, you on dating with Gwen and Gaia?
Well, I want Gaia, mostly.
Mhm.
But I do want to check on Gwen in case her heart is still acting up.
Alright. Well, with luck, you actually find them both together.
Imagine checking in on Guan. This post was made by Merlin.
Post?
This post was made by the Alchemist Gang.
I like the
Post?
idea of just Merlin.
Just signed Merlin. Oh, yeah. Arturia, where are you looking for Gaia?
Maybe fucking in her room.
Alright.
In her room is where I first look.
Okay. Yeah. In there, you find both Gwen and Gaia. As you see, that Gwen appears to be showing Gaia how to properly hold a dagger.
Ah, I see. Merlin didn't do it, so Gwen the fucking rat will.
Well, no,
Hello
it's
there.
like oh, hey, oh, hey sis.
Am I interrupting something?
No. Gwen was just showing me how to make sure I don't throw my wrist out when swinging something around.
Ah, that's good.
Yeah, it's real easy to twist your wrist when you're using something so small. I mean, plugging in too hard and trying to pull at the wrong angle, you're gonna hurt something. Am I interrupting something? Should I go, or...?
I mean, it's fun. I was hopefully trying to talk to you as well.
Okay. She leaned up against the wall, slightly suspicious.
Well, I was just wondering if you were okay.
I was okay. Oh,
You
oh, you, huh? Okay.
what?
Yeah, I'm okay. Mostly.
Yeah. Is your pain still bothering you?
Well, a little bit, but not as much. I don't know what you did, but he seems to be staying down in that ugh, thing most of the time.
He does what I ask him to do. To be honest, if I told him to kill himself, he probably would do it.
Wouldn't doubt it. The thing's freaky.
Hmm. Are you doing fun living in Lindum?
I'm adjusting. I honestly never thought I'd actually get into a castle. So it's weird to actually see one in person after hearing about it so much.
Well, I hope you are liking a stay.
Well, I mean, other than all the constant suspicious glances I get, can't complain. But I mean, those are pretty normal anyway.
Right. How are you feeling, Gaia? Fuck. How are you feeling, Gaia?
I'm alright. Um, still adjusting after last battle thing. But I'm alright. Gwen's helping me learn to defend myself. I was going to ask her a bit more about sneaking around. Making sure to avoid sight and all that. Thought it might be helpful.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can imagine it would be, yes.
And, I mean, it's been comfortable. The food's been good. Not quite like we used to have at home, though.
Yes, it's what beat home.
I wonder how they're doing. Mom and Pop, I mean.
Yes, I do.
I hope we can check in on them soon. Welcome back, Mike.
Yeah?
Yeah, your mic cut out for a bit.
You said welcome back as if I was gone for a moment.
You were. For a moment. You cut out. But welcome back. Anyway, continuing on.
I was looking to see if you would like to run with me. Maybe we could do something. I'm a little bit free right now.
Yeah, I'd love to. Guy goes on over. I mean, I guess if you'd have me.
Arteria was about to offer for Gwen to come, but it looks as though she has decided to join.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Invited herself along.
That's fine. Arteria's okay with that.
So, what are we doing?
Well, I don't really know. Could we go outside?
Yeah, you could go outside for a little bit.
I want to see. I want to see Lemray. I want to go to the horses.
All right. So you head out there, you sort of bundle up in warm clothes, and you trudge through until you reach the stables, which are much warmer, kept warm to ensure, the horses are okay. And you find Lamray in one of the stalls, grazing upon a bit of hay and grass, and horse food. She immediately perks up when you enter.
She walks over and starts petting Lamray on the nose. Hello there.
Lamray does a little snort and wiggles her head. She nuzzles into your hand. Gaia, for herself, goes over and says hello to her horse, who she gives a couple of pats on the head and gives an apple to. Yeah. Hindren. Gwen just leans up against a pole.
Come here.
Huh? Well, okay. She inches closer, keeping her hands away from the horse.
Go on. Had
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I've heard horse bites hurt a lot.
Lamray doesn't bite.
Okay. She very slowly inches her hand upward until she tentatively touches Lamray's snoot. Lamray doesn't really react too much, doesn't not bite or anything.
You have to pet her.
Right. She moves her hand up, against the grain of the fur.
No.
Oh,
You have to do it like this.
oh,
She
okay.
takes her hand and shows her more smoothly how to do it.
Lamray quickly grows accustomed. Enjoys the pets. For a horse who gets out a lot, she's really soft.
Of course she is. I haven't done well to make sure she's well kept, but I always make sure she's doing alright.
Constant brushing, huh?
Yep.
Once all this snow clears up, maybe we can go for a ride.
Maybe. I'd like that. I'll always take the time to let Lamray out.
Gaia turns around. Oh, you better let me come along too. I still need to prove that I'm the better horse racer.
Are you?
I may have lost the last 4 years, but I promise I'll win this one.
You are genuinely still on about that?
Of course I am. She puts both her hands on her hips and sort of tilts her head a bit with a half smile.
Well, I'll say it like this. I certainly know it's not Henrin's fault that you keep losing.
What's that supposed to mean? Come on now. She's saying your shit. Rude. Gaia still has a smile even when saying so.
Well, she's not bad, but of course she pales in comparison to Moelle.
Well, I can't say I have any hope of beating you. But at least I know I'll still be able to trash one of the sisters. Gaia gives a disappointed look at Gwen. Hey, sis.
Hmm?
Do you think Blodwyn rides horses? Well, I'm sure she probably knows how to, but, for fun, like we do.
No, I don't think she does. Blodwyn is much more attentive to train, above all else. I'd certainly like to get on with her.
Alright. Except that we're just stuck in here until all the snow can finally go away. Feels like it's been torture. Oh, we still have 5 more weeks of this. Oh well. Do you have anything else specific you want to do, or would you like to just sort of go throughout the day with those two doing fun stuff?
Yeah, just
Yeah.
nothing else specific. Just doing our thing.
All right. Continuing to speed along, we're going to do another 3 weeks forward. So there are 2 weeks left of winter. Gain another 3 beats. And Merlin, you are full on Pyros again.
Yippee!
Hell yeah, baby!
I want to get the inspiring merit now.
Quick question about the shield. It's the same stats, but just has silver to it, right?
Yep.
Alrighty.
All right. Today is another etiquette / supernatural lesson.
Oh yeah, baby!
So, Artoria, you arrive at the etiquette table with Yvain having prepared and is ready to teach.
I'll
No,
get the
then
inspiring merit.
Before we continue with our practice, have you made a seating arrangement?
Although I had some thoughts and a couple of changes I thought could be made, but I think this could be considered a rough draft. And she shows her it.
Looks at it, furrows her brow, more furrowed. Looks up to Artoria, looks back down, eyes go a little bit wide. Are you quite sure of this? Well, I do appreciate my positioning, and I do not care for the positioning of mine, considering our loyalty is already there, including my own personal loyalty, and the fact that you saved our kingdom from ruin. But Bloodwin and Germanus and Morgan and Gwynleo? Are you sure about that?
Well, I put Bloodwin close to me because it was originally her province, so she deserves to be the closest. And Germanus is the advisor, so I thought that would make sense.
It is a very bold statement indeed. I feel like it could have some uses. Germanus is quite a fit.
I was thinking about maybe placing Germanus somewhere else. In Glenwild. Well, I know what you said about him, but to be honest, I'm making a bit of a risk and hoping his son comes.
That is quite the risk. Oh. You look very concerned. If there was anything I could suggest... It looks at it. We could... Helena... We could. It stops herself, looks back.
Arturia is
Very
looking
distressed.
expectingly.
Very distressed. We could swap Germanus with Morgan or Hagen.
Do you think that is wise? I would imagine not many people like Hagen, and sitting next to Helena. Well,
Yes, that is quite. Could swap. Could move Helena and Esmond closer to you and put Germanus where Esmond would have been.
okay.
I'm sure Frederick wouldn't mind Germanus too much.
Okay.
You pore over the document, just looking at the seating chart and all the different names and such.
Yvette occasionally just wiping sweat from her brow.
Enough to
Is
fill a
it-
goblet.
Is it bad?
It's quite unorthodox, but I believe we could use that to our advantage. A new king for a new age, I suppose.
Okay.
Of course, like I said, my father is. Well, I am well versed in the political structure, and he is the one who provided me teachings of such. He is not as concerned with such gestures if I were to make a personal. Personal. Just racks her head as she's just poring over it again, looking all weird. A personal note from you, the personal word in that looks down at it again with wide eyes. My father will not think much of it, especially with my word in the matter.
Alright.
Germanus is. How am I going to tell Germanus?
Should I take Germanus out entirely?
No, I believe that him being included would be favorable due to his connection and how much he has given to us. Still looks down, but he isn't going to like the lack of strictness to the rules and adherence to them. But I seem that we will cross that bridge when we get there.
Okay.
Now then, I believe we should get on to our practice. As she pours the goblet more wine.
At this point, Merlin, you're at the doorway. How would you like to open it?
There's no such thing as practice when Merlin is here.
The doorway
good
bursts open.
Oh, good, Merlin. I'm actually quite surprised. I'm actually quite grateful.
Just like Merlin, I have no idea what happened in this room. So
Merlin,
Really?
you walk in. It's it's lightly furnished.
Yvain seems more not just the fact that you interrupted at a bad time, but she doesn't seemingly regard you with such palatable tension anymore.
We're gal pals now.
Yeah.
All right, today we'll be covering the Fae.
Such as Morgan.
Yeah, such as
My
Morgan.
favorite topic.
Hello there, Morgan.
You all realize Morgan is sipping from the goblet. He's
What?
sitting at the table.
Hello there, Morgan.
When did you get here?
Oh, he's been here. Just invisible.
I
He chugs
expected
the
as
rest of the
much.
goblet with one hand.
Can you not do that?
Morgan, are you quite alright with your seating arrangement?
It's pretty funny.
It is quite
Aw.
humorous, isn't it? Like a little bit distressed as she says that.
Oh, I'm totally fine with it.
Then perhaps I should change it.
He does a pouting face. Personally, I think it's perfect.
Right, so Morgan, are you here to help out with this lesson?
Yep. I overheard you talking about Faye, and I just had to introduce myself.
Well, it's more intrude than anything, but if anything, I invited you by saying hi.
Is it intruding if I've always been here? By the way, hello, Arturia. It's been a while since we talked. I don't think it's been since you pulled the sword.
Yes, I am still not quite liking you because of that.
Well, don't worry. Yvain's my friend. She and I have been talking a whole bunch while you around here, around the castle. He throws an arm around Yvain.
I've
Yes, it's
heard.
quite so. Another question for you, Morgan. Do I talk in my sleep?
He does almost like a cat smile. Maybe, maybe not.
And she raises an eyebrow at that.
Anyway, he leans back and grabs some of the plate full of food and is eating with his fingers. Horrible etiquette.
I do hope you will behave a bit more.
Shan't. He takes another bite. Now then, we're talking about Faye today, huh? Where to start? Well, I guess I'll start with us. We're changelings. We come from... what's the best way to put it? I guess you could say we come from another dimension? Another realm? Something like that. It's called the Hedge. There's a couple of ways to get into the Hedge from your land, but I won't tell you any of them. In the Hedge, things don't work the way they do here. Up is down, topsy-turvy, and, well, time isn't exactly linear.
Yes.
Plus, people and objects aren't so different in that land. So, things get a little muddled when humans are brought through. And that's what creates us. He gestures to himself. We changelings are the remnant shells of what were once humans, altered by our time in the Hedge, and especially by our torture at the hands of the true Fae.
Yes, how is that, by the way?
Oh, it's horrible.
Any details I can glean?
None that I want to tell you.
Fair.
I guess I could tell you about the big old scary true Fae who really likes Britain. Or who really likes Britannia, I guess I should say.
Right.
Huh? What, no reactions? Boring.
I mean, I'm just listening.
Right.
Would that be the one you referred to as the Duke?
Huh?
Or was there something larger at play here?
Me? Serve a true Fae? Not a million years. I risked my butt to escape from Arcadia. I ain't gonna go back to serving them. We changelings hate the true Fae.
So, looking at him with a smart smile.
I suppose that makes sense.
If you're wondering about Odin, he's not a true Fae.
Is he just a normal person?
That's for me to know and for you to find out.
Right.
Quite.
Arteria frowns.
Now then, let's see. We changelings come in a whole lot of sorts, but unlike vampires and spirits, we're a bit more on brand, predictable, words like that. Namely, all our powers come through contracts.
Like the one you
I'm
offered
sh-
me.
Well, that's one type.
Smiles at him.
Technically, what I offer you is known as a bargain. There's a whole bunch of different types.
Too
Even
many
just
to
with
list,
humans.
really.
Yeah, we got bargains, we got contracts, and
He's
my
listed
personal
them.
favorite is pledges.
And what would be the difference between those?
Well, bargains and contracts, their difference is a bit more nuanced. But pledges, they're the ones that are the most different. You see, pledges don't have to be sworn knowingly. Namely, and they don't even have to be sworn with me. I just have to spend a little bit of my power, and what someone says, if they made a promise, it'll have to come true. Or else, fate will run a bit afoul of them.
Very inconvenient, yes.
It seems I
And
should be
it's
careful with the
very
words.
literal wording.
I believe I should be careful with promises then, should I?
Yeah. Say I'll kick your butt when you get back. I spend a little bit of my power and you'll be contractually obliged to kick someone's butt the moment they return.
Will we know of the contract, or will we run afoul of fate?
Well, you'll know you'll have to do it. It'll be like a compulsion. But you probably won't know it specifically from what it must.
Very
She
inconvenient.
nods a little bit.
Of course. And our contracts don't just extend to humans. We can make them with elements, the world around us, concepts even. It's how I turn invisible. I've made a contract with light and darkness.
Oh, so that's how you did that.
Yep.
What about contracts with mirrors? Is that something you've done?
He closes one eye, although you can't really see it, as it is the eye that is covered by all the hair. Maybe. I'm really sad you didn't like my gift. I spent a lot of time into that.
Gift?
Yeah. I was gonna make us. We could talk all day and all night, but you just threw it away. Me?
Throw it away? It is in storage. I thought you would like it.
Oh, I'm touched. Maybe I'll have to set it up somewhere then. I think
I'll
it looks
bring it-
real good on a dresser.
I'll bring it back in here.
Arteria is looking between the two, like, did I miss some dialogue?
And she's like, well, I'll have the gods bring it back in here. How would you like it? And she looks around the room.
He looks around before he gets onto the one corner of the room. Maybe a nice dresser here, so you can always look over from the table and be able to see your wonderful, beautiful face.
Oh, please, I'm not that vain.
Oh, but you look so gorgeous. I'm sure there's so much beauty to be had. And of course, more importantly, he goes over and squishes the cheeks of Arturia. Our adorable king.
Can you let go?
Sorry. He pulls back as he sits back down in a chair. Anyway, unlike Murmur over there, he gestures to the alchemist.
Merlin.
That's what I said.
Right.
I know a bit about the way we work. And our politics. Namely, we come in 4 courts. We're called the Court of Seasons. Courts of winter, spring, summer, and of course fall. Or some say autumn, but that's more boring. Anyway, in a lot of the world, the courts rule evenly. But Britannia is pretty different. Due to its extenuating circumstances, the Court of Spring is in is in power for almost the entire year, with every retort only getting 3 days. Yeah, around their specific solstices, to be exact.
Well, that's not fair, is it?
Maybe. But the Queen of the Spring Court is extremely powerful, and she leads us well. Although, unfortunately, we don't get to see her much nowadays. She's real cool, though.
What court are you?
Me? I'm the Winter Court. But I'm more than happy to help out the Spring Court with their endeavors. After all, changelings help one another, don't we?
I suppose that changeling from before, Morgaris, was also of winter.
Don't worry, I thought you were going to say that, but you're actually wrong. She's from the Summer Court.
That doesn't
Strange,
make
I
much
know.
sense, then, does it?
Dramatic irony.
You see, not just relating to the elements, the court's more related to philosophies. And the way changelings handle problems. My sis is a bit more direct with her problem solving. So she fits the Summer Court's hit hard and hit fast and hit straight. But I prefer a bit more subtle approach. And the Winter Court is all about that. They tend to stay out of sight in the shadows. And speaking of shadows, I'm what some would call a darkling. Of course, that's my seeming. My actual kiss is a bit more specific in mirror skin. But you've already told them that, haven't you, Murmur?
Of course I have.
As, of course, you know, I can assume any form I want. Well, assuming it's vaguely humanoid, at least. What else to cover? Liam's pacing back and forth around the room, sort of walking in circles around you.
Dreams, perhaps?
Aww. You really want me to talk about that? But it's so cool. Can't it stay hidden a little longer?
Well, I made a
No,
promise to say everything.
Boring. I'm a Dreamweaver.
You're a lot of things, aren't you?
Yeah.
They tend to be.
Many changelings have this ability known as dreamweaving, where we can enter people's dreams when they sleep, and alter the way they think. I was ever so helpful when using it to wake your alchemist when she went 4 days without sleep.
I assumed as much.
I'm one of the ones who are more skilled in dreamweaving, so I can do a bit more than the average changeling with it, but not by much. I can use it to... He begins listing off, like counting off his fingers. Learn about your personal histories, learn your motivations, insert certain thoughts into your head, change the way you think, and give you different ideas. Of course, only when you sleep, though. If you don't want that, you just go months without sleep.
Yes. Months without sleep.
Well, I can only shudder at the thought of why you would wake up our alchemist, but if you do as you can say, then it seems you're quite skilled.
Yep. Oh, if you're curious, that little land inside your mind, he taps your forehead, Yvain. It's something called a bastion, and we enter it through your mind, which we call the Gate of Ivory. Bastions collapse every time you wake up and are reformed whenever you go back to sleep.
No, inconvenient, don't you think?
Yep.
Wonder what mine looks like.
He gives you a smile as he whirls around, his robe sort of fluttering a bit. Well, I could take you there one day. Bastions are actually physical places in the hedge.
In the hedge?
Yeah.
Oh, I would have to decline from going in there.
You sure? Just fall
Quite
asleep and
sure.
I could bring you into your own bastion. It'd be
Alright.
real interesting to see, huh?
I recommend you don't take up on any agreements he provides.
Oh, quite so.
You're no fun.
Hmm.
You're no fun.
I may be.
I never claim to be fun.
We can have our own fun, can't we?
Oh, yeah. See, Murmur, you should be a lot more like Yvain. She's way more fun. He leans his elbows down on the table and like places his hand in his places his head in his hands, like a schoolgirl. Oh, and I guess there's the fact that we're very, very harmed by cold steel, raw steel. We're very harmed by cold iron, raw iron that was forged without any kind of magical assistance whatsoever, or any automated process. So it's really rare. Not even Murmur could make it without alchemy.
But what good is it if I can't make it with alchemy?
Automated process?
Yeah, you know, things like it has to be hand forged. It can't just be any run of the mill thing. There has to be purpose put behind it. Things like, you know, that thing there. He taps the hilt of Caliburn. That baby's got some cold iron in it. It'd really mess me up if I touched it. The blade part, that is.
As much as I would like that, I wouldn't recommend it, Altaria.
Indeed. You know, we changelings can be very valuable allies. We're known for making a lot of deals with people that help them out. And, you know, sometimes backfire, but as a whole, I'd say we're pretty helpful. We're good allies to have.
Okay.
We...
You seem to be able to do a lot of things, Morgan.
Yep. Changelings are pretty versatile.
But you haven't explained the difference between a contract and a bargain.
Oh, jeez, do I have to? I mean, I could just tell you about goblins and hobgoblins and all other kinds of interesting stuff. That kind of stuff's just boring, don't you think?
Not to us, maybe to you.
Fine. I guess I'll talk about the difference between contracts, bargains, pledges. Although, I mean, I've already talked about pledges, so I wouldn't really need to talk about that specifically. Oh yeah, I guess first I should probably talk about glamour. You see, glamour is what we use to keep this up. He points to himself. This up. He then, his skin then turns into the liquidy substance. This is called a mask. It's something all changelings wear to make sure that, you know, we look human. And this is our mind, our true form. This is something that is definitely not human. Not all changelings take to the whole idea of not being human as well as I do. Most of them are pretty all caught up on it, in fact.
I would imagine.
Yeah. Anyway. Let's see. Glamour, right, that's what I was talking about. It's the power of emotions. Come on, now's your time to react. Power of emotions. Interesting stuff, right?
Well, I already knew that.
No.
Quite
Please.
so.
Anyway, when changeling cause a strong enough emotional reaction in someone, they can harvest the leftover glamour that they create. No harm done to the person, and changelings are nourished. Things like the incredible reaction Arturia had to pulling the sword are the perfect place to harvest glamour from.
Well, better than spirits, at least.
Well, not quite. You see, some changelings prefer to reap glamour. They suck the emotions out of people permanently. It gives them a lot more glamour, but, well, I'm sure you know the kind of ideas of what someone would be if they had no emotions. Right, Murmur?
Right.
And we wouldn't want that now, would we?
No, it'd be quite horrible, wouldn't it?
Anyway, I myself don't ever reap. Too much work. Besides, I'm not the kind of person who wants to stifle someone's emotions like that. Anyway, let's see. I guess I should now talk about its differences. Okay. So, I've already talked about pledges. Specifically, it's known as a sealing pledge. But other than that, there's a bargain and a contract. Bargain actually has two sub-versions. The first is an oath. Oaths are, well, not really something you need to worry about, because they only happen between two changelings. Or, well, a changeling and any other creature of Fae. It makes them it binds them to each other. Huh? You have a question?
Quite good to know.
Yeah. It's actually a really helpful thing. It's actually usually pretty commonplace. Especially due to the mechanics behind an oath. No one can be forced into an oath. Coercion, blackmail, and threatening can't work. If you attempt to make an oath under those kind of things, the oath won't form, and there'll be no punishment to either party if they break it. Oaths can only be sworn if they truly believe in the oath they're swearing. So, it's often used to test trustworthiness among changelings. And other than that, bargains are a bit different. Oh, also, by the way, there's a bunch of different types of oaths, but you don't need to worry about those too much.
I'm sure we'll know what we need to know.
Of course. Oh, don't worry. I promise not to make a hostile oath with you if you ever become a changeling.
As if I would ever do that.
I don't think you'd have much of a choice if the truth I find you out. Now
Please.
then. Bargains. Bargains like a step up from oaths. They're oaths that a changeling makes with a human. The changeling offers a service, and in return the human provides a service back, and a little bit of glamour. Not enough to ever hurt the person, but enough to keep the changeling fed for a day. Plus, if they make bargains, it's harder for huntsmen to find them.
Ah, yes, the
Oh,
huntsman.
right. Yeah. Huntsmen are servants of the true Fae. They're intent on finding those runaway changelings and dragging them back, kicking and screaming to Arcadia.
Quite swell guys, those are.
They must have a lot of tricks up their sleeve if they could get someone like you.
Well, I'm pretty elusive. But, unfortunately, there's a lot of changelings who aren't. And they sure do have a lot of tricks up their sleeve. Far too many. Anyway, bargains. It's pretty much what it sounds like. That's basically what I already told you. And it can be anything, really. As long as it's just one party offers one thing and another offers another. Much like oaths, you can't lie during these. So, if I make a bargain with you, you know I'm telling the 100% truth.
Ah, but that's how you get to it with the wording.
Aww.
Smug smile.
Yeah, Yvain's right. She's pretty smart. You should listen to her more often. We have to tell the absolute truth. In words. It doesn't matter how we twist it. And we have to fulfill the word of the bargain, not the spirit of it. Contracts are much the same, but contracts are even bigger than oaths. They're things that are permanent, binding to a specific changeling. They can be made with people, well, not often, but they can be. Usually they're made with elements and concepts. They're what give the changelings you would call powers. Things like my contracts with light, or my contracts with mirrors. Again, those have loopholes, we call them. Ways you can get around it.
Yeah,
But-
it's all very tricky.
The strength of the changeling isn't really based on his body, but his mind. The better he is at coming up with loopholes, the stronger he can be. And you did not want to meet a changeling. He was very good at coming up with loopholes.
Oh, I only fear the day.
Anyway, I think that's about it.
Yes, that's it. And that, class, is why you never make a deal with the Fae.
Unless the Fae is really nice to you.
Mmm.
Aren't I an angel,
Really?
though? Come on.
Yes, quite the saint.
Hmm. Oh, but I thought you didn't like saints, Miramar.
Oh, I don't.
I see.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of saints, yours is pretty interesting. I mean, that's a heck of a story he's telling. Oh, I read the script, by the way. Hope you don't mind me going for spoilers.
Right.
Yes, it is.
Time is convoluted.
Huh? No, that isn't time. I just snuck into your room at night and stole the papers for a bit.
Right.
All in very linear time.
Right.
No lies there.
That's exactly right. Good work, Yvain. He gives a pointer at you with a smile.
Well, you can go now.
Oh, I can. Alright. Well, I'm giving you my advice. I just have one last thing. Beware the Harrier of the Woods. It's a true Fae that has taken an interest in the mortal realm. You don't want to be around if it finds you.
Harry of the Woods?
Information for free.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
What
Merlin,
ones?
you like Welsh stuff, right? You probably know the Harrier Woods by another name. The leader of the Wild Hunt. Ta-ta! He disappears in a puff of smoke.
Oh my.
I don't get either what those mean.
Nor do I, half of the time.
I'm sure we won't have to worry about it for a bit. Oh, we'll need to worry about it really soon. You never know with them.
You never really know. I will have to get that mirror placed back in.
Hmm. Do what you want.
Getting in anyways, might as well roll out the red carpet.
Now then, I have something to research.
And what would that be?
Leaves.
He's gone.
Even now, I'm still being kept in the dark. Well, Yvain. Is that all?
Well, you should practice, but other than that, it is quite all.
Alright.
Whether you
Thank
choose
you.
to inform St. Germanus of this or not, is up to you.
I won't keep anything from St. Germanus.
Then by all means.
Arteria, no, stands up. Thank you, Yvain.
Nods. And thank you, Latoya.
She grabs the paper for the seating chart and walks away. Walks out of the room.
Alright. And that will end this week. As we're going to get ready to move on to the next.
This week.
Next time
Yes.
on Camelot Z.
Is this the week before the week of the
Yes, this is the week
Remembrance.
before the week of the remembrance.
All right, this week. All right, come on back, Luson.
All right,
Come on back, Luson. We got some training to do.
Merlin, you have something to do, and Yvain, what about you?
Um,
By the way, I show Germanus the seating chart.
All right.
mostly just getting ready for the journey, practicing especially with her new shield. And, writing stuff in her journal, seemingly ideas or the like.
All right.
Beat for that week, or
Yes, beat for that week. You should really get that checked, but I know you won't, so I'll stop asking.
No, force him to do it.
I'm gonna keep asking. He's gonna have to get sick of it.
Put him in the iron lung.
there's not enough time to do it.
Put him in
He's
the
gonna
iron
get
lung like a
used to it.
fucking kid with polio.
All right.
Again, strangely enough, it's only here.
Okay. So, yes. Yvain, you were just passing with your shield. Arturia, what were you doing?
I wanted to show Germanus the seating chart, but also this week, bring in Luson back for training.
All right. Speaking of Luson, are you going to ask about the cooking?
Yeah.
All right.
It would have been funny
well-
if Merlin did it.
We'll focus on Arturia first, then. Arturia, you knock upon the door of St. Germanus. You may come in.
And Tyria opens the door.
Ah, my king. How may I help you?
I just wanted to show you the seating chart I made.
Ah, I see. It's great that Yvain has oh my. I was not expecting to be placed upon the table as well.
You're my advisor, so it would be best if the person that helps me would be on the table, I feel.
I see. If you so wish, my king. You seem awfully confident that Mordrin will be arriving in Oiden's stead.
I think he might. Just a hunch.
I see.
I do have a bit of a risk I am making, though, in that I'm hoping that Gwynwill's son comes instead of him.
Yes, Caddock. He would be more pleasurable company. And I see you bring Blodwyn as well.
Yes, she was the original representative of the Providence, so it's only fair that she sits next to me.
See. Well, if this is your seating chart, then I shall accept.
By the way,
Yes.
would it be alright if Luson cooks?
His eyes immediately narrow. My king, are you sure about this decision?
Yes, his food is very good, so it would be likely well a good image in the eyes of the other dukes. if the food that they receive is as stellar as what I've tasted.
Well, if you truly think so, then I shall allow it. My king.
She nods.
And what of the speech? Has Yvain taught it to you well?
Yes, I have been practicing.
That is good.
Yeah, it's obvious to Germanus that Arturia is like noticeably stiffer around him.
Pardon. My king, you appear unsettled. Is it the nerves from the upcoming day?
No, it's not. It's just... I wouldn't worry too much about it. It's nothing.
I see. He gives a nod and sort of looks away. Again, he looks like he's about to say something, but he bites his tongue quite literally. Is there anything else?
No, nothing else. You should be careful if you do that.
Yes,
You're gonna
sorry,
hurt
it is a bad habit developed over the years.
I would hope you try to stop that.
Yeah, I wish it were so easy.
She nods and goes to leave the room. Goodbye, St. Germanus.
Goodbye, Lady Artoria.
Door closed.
Yeah. He slowly sits back down, and he begins giving a prayer for Artoria's safety, as well as a prayer to ensure no mind control effects. And
No,
yeah,
man, you don't get it. My boy Lusan, he knows it.
meanwhile, Merlin.
What's up?
You would like to research things?
Yes.
Okay. Give me one moment.
To change it to the Mind Palace theme.
Not quite. For as you enter your mind palace, you begin searching around. It's the same spiral, books everywhere. Eventually, you pick out a book and are suddenly thrust into a memory you didn't know you had.
Oh shit.
My lady, I've done it! Naimu bursts into the room. He has bads under his bads, and his eyes look red and bloodshot.
Working hard, I say.
No. Not at all. This is from 7 days. He gestures to his eyes. I've done it. I've modified my body enough. My brain no longer requires sleep.
Oh.
Now I can work 24/7.
Oh man.
I'm another step closer.
Yes, that is efficient.
Yes. He has a wild smile on his face with normal teeth. My lady, I'm sorry for doubting you. You were right. Without me, we can't transcend humanity.
Of course I'm right.
Oh, right. I'll be sure to send you the formula for it immediately. Although, it does cause major hallucinations. But that's a small side effect to pay. Is there anything else I can help you with, my lady? Our next step?
Yes. I feel like now would be right for the next step.
His eyes are practically sparkling. Thank you. Thank you, my lady. I'll prepare immediately. Merlin, you now remember how to modify your body to create the potion.
Ugh.
It would need to be injected within you, and is permanent. You are now able to buy the Promethean merit of Sleepless.
Fun times.
Yes.
I'm capable of even greater feats now.
Yep. You can now permanently modify your body. Sleepless is a 1-dot merit. But yeah, you now never need sleep. However, you are not a corpse, and as such, sort of suffer the effects of what that happens to a person. Not enough to make it so you fall unconscious at any point, but and you don't suffer fatigue penalties, but it's not pleasant.
I can still sleep, it just won't work.
Yeah.
It'll help the body though, I think.
Actually, your body will be fine. You won't require sleep anymore.
Eh.
But, you can sleep if you so choose to.
It's more like laying in a bed for a couple hours, but
Yeah. Merlin, you have the XP. Would you like to modify your body?
Honestly, I feel like this is a breaking point.
It sure would be.
Merlin finally gets to do one.
Merlin, roll a brainy point at -3.
To decide if she does it or not. What would you call this?
Transcend humanity.
So what do I roll?
Resolve plus composure, -3.
Willpower does not apply, right?
No, it does not.
Oh boy, let's find out what happens. 1 success.
Merlin, despite the rational or perhaps emotional part of your brain resisting, you are resolute in your journey. Humanity needs to be left behind. Gain the spook condition and lose 1 experience to gain the sleepless merit.
So I heard a second ago Merlin making a breaking point.
Yes, she's modifying her body.
Why?
So that she doesn't need to sleep anymore.
Oh no.
It's only practical.
Oh no.
She is transcending humanity.
Yeah, man.
Become as gods, as they may say.
Become as gods, as they say.
Merlin, you gotta get rid of that merit, man.
Can't, it's too late, it's permanent.
I don't know, replace it with something else, like
Can't do it.
like fucking
Merlin, you spend
like
the
area
entire
of
night
expertise.
making a cocktail of different poisons and all kinds of different things that would probably kill people if not done in the exact correct way you make it in.
And
And then
throwing in some pyros or just whatever.
throwing in some pyros as well, yeah, which is necessary. And then you put into what is effectively like a ancient, very ramshackle syringe, and shove that baby right into your neck.
Oh,
As you inject it, you feel unbridled pain. Cause your body to involuntarily seize up as just you've managed to finish pressing down on the plunger as all the contents go into your bloodstream. You collapse downward, paralyzed.
oh. She does not even for a moment consider that she did it wrong.
And you spend that about 20 minutes paralyzed on the ground.
20 minutes.
Eventually, bugs crawl over you. Your eyes remain open.
Oh.
You are lucky that your mouth is slowly open so that air can go in and out. Eventually, your body snaps back into place, and you feel no tiredness whatsoever. Merlin, never again will you have to face the human limitation of sleep.
I've surpassed it.
As you get up,
just giggles
God.
to herself. That's it.
As you get up, you find yourself in another flashback. As you are standing with Naimu, who is currently looking at a file and a glass bottle containing a strange, acidic green liquid. Now, we've conquered the first of the human limitations. Sleep. But now we just need to conquer the second. The need for food. After all, it's the food that always seems to hold people back. Farmers, kings looking for bounty. But if we could eat anything, we wouldn't need to worry about food. He smiles with his row of normal human teeth. This will be my next plan. The stomach has acid, right? That's how we digest our food. So if I just made that acid enough to digest anything, the smile grows wider. Then I'll just need to make sure my teeth are sharp enough to break anything. Right, my lady?
It's suddenly one way to approach a solution.
Thank you ever so much for teaching me alchemy.
You are welcome.
And we're actually going to end the session there.
The
Neat.
rumble of alchemic triumph.
Rumble of alchemical triumph!
No, Merlin, no that.
Someone
Merlin,
needs
don't
to
just throw away your-
someone needs to get her to be human again because she's fucking running through these.
Question. Are you guys free tomorrow? As we got through less than I thought we would, so I still have a whole another half a session ready.
Sorta.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorta?
Enough.
Alright.
I am free tomorrow. I am excited.
Mike, would you be free? other than dying? Okay.
Yeah,
Would you want to run another session tomorrow?
Sure.
Just the entire week, fuck it, you know? Camelot all week, every week.
Today we had a lot of setup to get through, but tomorrow we can finally get to the good stuff.
the setup session and then the payoff session.
Do we do beats?
First, I have one final epilogue.
Okay.
I was about to go ooh, but I just choked on my own spit.
I personally did not want Merlin to do it. However, Merlin does whatever the fuck she wants.
Regardless of whether you want to or not.
I can't stop Merlin.
Alright. we are going to open on a snowy forest, as a number of very obviously changelings appear to be running through it, trying to hide from something. Come out, wherever you are. A sing-song voice echoes throughout the forest, seemingly bouncing off the trees. One of the changelings, which appears to have rabbit ears and a rabbit tail, turns around and takes a dip behind a log. And just as he does, he's face to face with a scythe, which slices him in two. The second changeling continues running, and the third veers off into another path. 1 down, 2 to go. The third changeling keeps running as he slides under a log and sort of begins tumbling down a cliff. And he vanishes face down, and just as he sort of gets up, he sees a large white robe in front of him, and another scythe brings down. The final changeling is running, and stops to catch his breath for but a moment on a log, or on a trunk of an upright tree. He turns around, and is face to face with a 7-foot-tall woman with long, flowing gray hair in a hooded white outfit. She's carrying a 12-foot scythe. Found you. No. No. Please stay away. Stay away. But I already gave you your chance. The hood lifts up. The woman raises her head to give a slight peek under the hood. Her eyes are bandaged heavily. However, a single bandage is slightly looped out of place, showing a single burning yellow eye with charred black skin, despite the rest of her skin being fair and pale. You weren't a very fun hunt. I wish we could find something better. And the changeling's head is removed from his body as she attaches a new trophy to her belt.
Fun times.
And that is the epilogue.
Wow.
We might have to deal with the wild hunt a little bit sooner.
I don't know. I mean, maybe. We don't know who that is.
No one knows.
The friendly harrier of the woods.
Ah.
Oh boy. Adam, how do you make such good character designs?
Fun
You'll never
times.
stop me, Sal.
Fun
Fun
times
fact,
for
her
changeling.
design was based off of Burka from the OSP's Wild Hunt video.
Ooh, that's what. Oh, yes.
I've been wanting to use this design for a while, and now felt appropriate.
Gonna drop a horse flank down the chimney now?
Maybe. You don't know what Burka's gonna do, the harrier of the woods.
Just fuck it up. Shit's fucked.
Yeah. And that's the session. Now we can do beats.
Ooh.
Oh boy.
I wanna go first.
Alright.
Can I just say Virgin Sephiroth with his 7-foot long sword?
The Chad harrier of the woods, 12-foot long sight.
Oh boy. This is gonna be cool.
By D&D standards, that scythe is considered large size.
It's pretty big. Adam,
Yes.
did I upset others for my own amusement?
Goddamn right you did.
Fuck yeah, bro. Did I shape Arteria into a worthy king?
You told her about Supernatural, so yes.
Fuck yeah, bro. Pursue alchemical endeavors? Fuck yeah, I
God,
did.
oh yeah, oh, absolutely.
Oh, fuck yeah, bro.
You know what I think you should do, Merlin?
What?
I think you should change that merit out for like a area of expertise, or let's see what we have, or maybe contacts. The first thought of contacts. Or how about the relentless merit? You know, quick draw. Those are all 1 dot.
I'm pretty sure that's permanent. I don't think I could swap it out. I'm sure I could do research or something and swap it out, but that's like body. I've altered my body. I don't
You
think...
have altered your DNA.
Yeah.
You don't know what DNA is yet, but you've certainly altered it.
I'm sure I could change it, but I kind of don't want to.
Merlin's eventually gonna start using her fucking DNA like Lego blocks.
Oh boy, is she. You know, unless she fucking learns the error of her ways or whatever the fuck kind of weird bullshit is that.
Oh yeah, by the way, beat for session completion.
Hell yeah.
I have 6 XP.
Do I get
What
a...
am I-
You should spend some of that.
What am I gonna spend it on? I don't know. I guess I'll figure that out.
Up some skills, bro. Up some attributes.
I'm curious. Does anyone think they can kill the Harrier of the Woods,
No.
the Wild Hunt leader?
No.
Okay.
No. What do you mean?
Hey, can
What do
you
think?
give me at least a
No.
year of time skip training, and confirm to me that cold iron works on her? Then I'll talk to you about that.
Fun fact: the Chronicles of Artist book said, "Oh yeah, by the way, the Wild Hunt leader lives in Britain," and had directly interfered with Arthur's reign.
Oh.
So I said, "Oh, that's an interesting plot point. I'm gonna take it."
Adam, I have a question.
Yeah, just give me
Do
a
I-
year's time skip and confirm to me that.
Do I get a beat for surpassing the limits of humanity?
That's part of your pursuing alchemical endeavors.
Alright. Alright, so I did technically get a beat for it.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yvain,
Provide advice.
you helped a whole bunch. You taught her all about etiquette. So yes.
Be of help to the knights. As a
I'd-
whole.
you again. You were helpful in that Artoria would not be able to survive in the political climate were it not for your assistance.
Bring prosperity to Croydon. No,
No, not this section, not directly.
not yet.
Yeah.
I probably
Artoria.
reword that to what I'm later.
Britannia is king by overcoming weakness.
Yeah, because you directly started developing new fighting style with Bloodwin. And for the express purpose of becoming king, becoming better at fighting, to be a better king.
Have fun with the store.
Yeah, you got to see some horses and you got to hang out.
No bores.
Nope. Once again, it's a big W for Merlin.
Merlin fucking wins, baby!
Merlin's winning.
I mean,
Merlin's
sure.
body is not winning, but Merlin is.
Her body will be fine.
Merlin,
What could possibly go wrong?
Merlin, may I suggest the
Cut to Naimu.
Merlin, may I suggest
fine.
the tolerance
fine.
for biology merit? It's
Order,
1
order.
dot, and
Naimu's
may I suggest-
fine.
may I suggest the tolerance for biology merit?
Plus, what? What's Merlin gonna be? Afraid? Fucking, what emotion is that?
How about the patient merit?
Artoria desperately plead with Merlin to undo this bullshit.
Patience good. Patience really good.
Or how about this, Merlin? The direction sense. I'm gonna be fine for the entire day until I lay down in this bed tomorrow.
Yep.
Definitely get that checked out.
I'm gonna make a out of character. Please, someone, please save Merlin. Someone,
I mean,
please.
Yvain doesn't know what's going on, but if anyone's gonna do it, it might as well be Yvain because she's the only one who's gonna willingly go down there.
If there's one blessing, it's that Merlin knows that saw sleeping is the bare minimum necessary to look fucking human.
If you have bags under her eyes, Arturia's gonna stop you.
Yeah.
Straight up just bunk.
But for bravery.
She needs to rest to not be a fucking monster.
But sleeping opens her mind to Morgan.
Yeah, and that's scary. I don't want that.
I like to think that that's the whole reason. It's like, I don't know, Morgan. Oh, yeah, why don't I
Look,
just.
as long as the body
I want
sleeps,
that.
but the mind doesn't, it's fine.
Oh, you would need to learn lucid dreaming for that. That's the merit.
Yeah.
Because
I
there's
was about to say, may I suggest to you the lucid dreaming merit? Could you, you could just replace your sleepless merit and get it. So
unfortunately, you need Resolve 3, which Merlin does not have.
Oh no.
Lucid dreaming just.
Oh
Morgan,
yeah,
like, oh,
Cody, for
huh?
reference. Lucid dreaming in this means you are able to enter your own bastion when you
Oh,
sleep.
really?
Yeah. That's what
And,
lucid dreaming is in Chronicles of Darkness lore.
So you can just like do stuff in there?
Yeah. Most people don't realize, and they sort of do like subtle dream weaving. That's like, oh, I'm flying. And that's actually them dream weaving. They don't realize it.
Oh.
And so you can, in fact, meet a changeling in your own bastion, and you just enter your own bastion when you sleep, which protects you from changelings.
Oh, so it's basically just like they're trying to mess with you while you're sleeping. Oh, wait a second. What are they doing here?
Yeah.
It's like what are they doing here? Hey, Morgan picks up a dream spear. What are you doing?
Fucking suplexes him.
Out of character knowledge, that shadow bow Morgan made was not actually any kind of elemental power he has. He was dreamweaving that, as dreamweaving can make weapons.
Hell yeah, bro.
So
Wait, so
picking up a dream spear is totally real. Could totally happen.
I'm pretty sure Morgan knows right away. Oh no.
okay, so Merlin, hear me out.
Yeah.
Holistic awareness.
Uh-huh.
You could scavenge woodland shit, instead of not sleeping.
Wait, so you can just like practice shit while you're lucid dreaming?
Theoretically, yeah.
You could train in your dreams.
Mind training.
I have learned that
That's some hyperbolic
I ha-
time chamber shit.
I have learned that if you do constant visualizing of something, you can get better at it. There was once a soldier in Vietnam who was trapped in a jail cell for 5 years, and every day to keep himself from going insane, he visualized playing golf. And whenever he got out, he was better at playing golf. Like he sucked ass at playing golf, and then whenever he got out, he was doing good.
Interesting.
So you can actually do fucking mind training.
Mind over matter
training.
or whatever. Please, someone teach Merlin about friends, please.
So
Don't worry, Merlin. It's gonna get worse before it gets better.
Oh no.
free diving merit. Add athletics to stamina when holding your breath. You can breathe. You can hold your breath for longer.
Not like also the fact it's like you're not freediving. Still works.
How about the first dot of the hardy merit?
What's that?
My lady,
Gives you a
why
bonus
would
to
you need to
rolls
hold
against
your breath when
disease.
you can just eliminate the need for breath altogether?
Genius.
I know.
Instead of doing that, what about the allies merit?
Naimu's a
that's
swell
pretty-
guy.
Allies, Mary.
Naimu is a swell guy. I'm sure he's not gonna end up a horrific fucking monster by the end of this.
My lady, why would you learn things with, like, the library merit or the patient merit? Why not just modify your body to take the good brain merit to increase your brain power?
Oh, that's pretty good.
Just rewrite the way your brain works.
The headbutt merit. Get that instead of that. You can headbutt, which inflicts the stun tilt.
Or you can modify your body to have horns. And then you headbutt with and gore them like a bull.
Well, I'm just not very
how
good
about-
with physical concepts, so.
But the trigger discipline merit, it increases your firearm's effective capacity.
Make
How
your
about
hand
that,
into
Merlin?
a gun!
No.
I don't know what
you
a
don't
gun
have
is, my lady.
Subduing strikes. You can do bashing damage to the weapon without
What, are you just
spending
gonna
roll.
read every single merit?
Everyone
No,
got merit.
but now, a clinch strike. Use the damage maneuver instantly in a grapple. How about that, Merlin?
We should end
Definitely
we
going
should
to be
end we should
browsing.
end the recording.
Yvain 6 XP, and I've been spending XP fucking almost every
I'd
time
kill
I
to
get
have 6 XP. That mean I could fucking up my rank
How many XP do you have
and
now?
get more madness. I have 2 XP.
Add 3, but a
Naimu,
certain
say something funny,
someone-
Naimu.
Hold on. Let me look through more merits you can get to make yourself even better.
Oh, let me look. Let me look in opposing. You could get the vestige merit. You possess vessels for the world's life force, which can be called upon for cursed strength. How about that? Or better yet, the taste merit. You can taste things a little better.
Actually, the taste merit means you have a specific taste in some form of craft, whether it be jewelry or woodworking, and you're able to identify it better.
Taste. The untouchable merit. You're a smooth.
Naimu,
You know
gonna
what?
say something funny.
You know what,
Okay.
Merlin? Striking looks, because you're worth it.
Or, instead of striking looks and taking care of yourself like that, why not just take famous face? Modify your face to look like someone famous. You'll gain all their allies and can take their place in society.
Or better yet, the fame merit, become famous on your own merit.
I feel like this is gonna go on for a while.
You see, Naimu, or Gumboy, you're not dealing with the average friendship lady.
Okay. But why not just take residual memory, inject other people's memories into your own? Then you get you get their skills.
That's pretty good.
Advanced library. Just do it. Just learn it.
I'm gonna end this now.